Want all of this on their own terms. Now their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome. It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities. But a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises three major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these three agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered and he did not respond to his text messages. Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land of the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult. While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and the vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos. There is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Maroko who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roselyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Maroko.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Rasaki regime. That 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting where are we going, where are we going. Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 80 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, there no window, no door, no nothing. Like this breeze now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year we just say caterpillar just coming. They bring sand, fill all these places. When they break, they will continue fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be developed. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is a landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court, we complained, they said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say, they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people we are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the aircon owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again this 2022 again now, there's an old woman slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front to come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them. Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Maroko is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist. Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation. The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Welcome again to the newsroom. Now here are top stories we're following at this moment. A ruling on the bail application filed by Ali Bello, a nephew to the Kogi State Governor, and 3 others on an alleged 3 billion naira fraud charge brought against them by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) has been adjourned till February 14. Justice Egwato had on February 8 adjourned for ruling on the bail application filed by the defendants after they had pleaded not guilty to the 18-count charge. It was subsequently shifted to enable the councils regularize their processes and for a possible ruling. A federal high court sitting in Ikoyi, Lagos, has ordered the remand of an actress, Oluwadarasimi Omoseyin, at the Kirikiri Correctional Center pending the determination of her bail application for tampering with the new Naira notes. Omoseyin was arraigned on Monday by the EFCC before Justice Chukwujeku Aneke on a 2-count charge after a video showing her spraying and stepping on the newly redesigned Naira notes at a party surfaced online. Justice Aneke deferred ruling on the bail application to Wednesday, February 15, and remanded the Correctional Facility. The Obi Dati campaign organization has dismissed as a claim of blackmail that the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi gave 2 billion naira to churches in the country in a bid to get their support in the coming election. The petitioner, one Frank Onwumere, who is said to be a senior pastor at the Dominion Center International in Okigwe, Imo State, had in a petition asked the leadership of CAN to explain how the funds were dispersed to churches in the country. However, in a statement by its media office, the organization said the petition was aimed at tarnishing the image of the former Anambra State governor and urged Nigerians to disregard it. Mask wearing on public transport in Singapore ceased to be mandatory on Monday, but most commuters were seen retaining their face coverings while on trains and buses in the morning. A multi-ministry task force announced last week that from Monday, it would no longer require the donning of masks on public transport as Singapore steps down its disease alert level for COVID-19 to the lowest. According to Channel News Asia, most passengers still continue to wear a mask, while some put them on specifically for when they are about to board a train. In business, over 4.82 billion naira was generated from the non-oil export business in the year 2022 as a result of efforts made by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council in promoting non-oil export. Ekiti State Coordinator of the NEPC, Iyabode Abe, said this in Adokiti at a one-day technical and training session on product packaging for exporters and small and medium enterprises. She added that the council, under the leadership of the Chief Executive Officer, Yakusak Ezra, will continue to promote the development of non-oil export in order to safeguard the nation's economy. On the global scene, Catholic clergy in Portugal have abused nearly 5,000 children since 1950, an independent commission said on Monday, announcing its findings after hearing hundreds of victims' accounts. Thousands of reports of pedophilia within the Catholic Church have surfaced around the world, placing pressure on Pope Francis to tackle the scandal. The Portuguese inquiry, commissioned by the Church in the staunchly Catholic country, published the result of its investigation after hearing from more than 500 victims. In sports, Paris Saint-Germain striker Kylian Mbappe has made a faster-than-expected return to training after suffering a thigh injury against Montpellier on February 1. Mbappe was seen training ahead of the round of 16 Champions League first leg home ties with Bayern Munich on Tuesday. Qatari-owned PSG are seeking to stay on course to win the Champions League for the first time in their history. Well, that's all on the newsroom. Many thanks for watching. I'm Simisola Adigun. Bye for now.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The State Emergency Management Authority has said there's no media scheme.
One vote woman
At the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies,
The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
My name is Jumoke Olowo Okere. I'm the Creative Director at African Creative Sustainable Synergy Hub. We were initially known as African Creative Hub, but now we have added 2 wings, Sustainable Synergy. And we are based in Ibadan, but we reach out to the whole world. We are a social enterprise company on a mission to create a sustainable world without waste. And we do this by education, by upcycling. We want to show people how to convert their waste into wealth. We want to let people realize that waste is actually not a waste, but waste is wealth. And so we don't want to talk, we want to show. For 12 years now, I've been working with waste, and I realized that each time we meet a new person and during our interactions, once we are talking about it and they keep asking questions like, what do you mean waste is wealth? What do you mean I can turn my waste to this? What do you mean I can use my waste for this? I realized that so many people have a lot of questions. But one thing I noticed is that if I don't say anything and I just show you the wealth that we've created from waste, the person gets the idea faster, the understanding is there faster, and they become disciples faster. So I don't need to sweat once I can show. So we realize that instead of trying to talk to people about waste is not waste, waste can be reused, just show them. Because in our interactions, we realize that once we show people, they catch the idea fast and they are willing to join on board because they can see that they can actually do it also. So then I asked myself, I said, can there be a space where we can create different works of art from waste and the people can come in and see, so that more people are coming in to see, and then the message is passed across faster and we can all together. There's this prediction I read about recently that said by 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than species. It means that we are counting down. If I don't do something about it urgently, you don't do something about it urgently, then that disaster is going to happen to us. And the earlier we join this train, the better. And the more people that are on this train, the better. So I started looking for waste museum and I realized that there is no waste museum anywhere. There's no place that is dedicated to waste, that people can come in and see waste in their natural form and see waste in their finished product. What we call finished product is also a natural product for another artist, because art is unending. If I create a design, for example, with this bottle waste, this is a 4-liter keg of oil that has been used and discarded. Now, if I create a work of art from this and I put it on the wall, somebody can get this and add some other things to it and turn it into another thing. Then somebody else can take it from that level, add something else to it. So it keeps evolving depending on who is using it. So I realized that there's no space like that. And then the next question I ask myself is, if there is no space like that, why don't I create that kind of space? Then I ask myself again, I like asking myself a lot of questions. And so I ask myself again, what do I have that I can use to create this space? Then I answered myself that I have a small space that I can use to start. The vision of the Waste Museum is very big, like on a community, like a 20-acre, 30-acre land. But I have less than a plot. And I said, okay, you know what? Let me start with what I have. So I have the skills, I have the space. Let me start. Then it can grow. So that when you come in and you see what we can do, then you can say, oh, I want to go and do this, and then it will keep growing. And so that was how we came up with the idea of the Waste Museum. And we have been working on it, and we are still working on it till now. There's nobody that hears about this that doesn't ask questions. Now it's like an icebreaker. You heard about it, and here you are. If we didn't do this, I won't meet you, and you will not be here today. So that is the reception we've had. Anytime people hear about it, they're like, waste? You mean waste, Ibadi? And I'm like, no, W-A-S-T-E. And they're like, Idoti? And I'm like, yes. And then they ask, what do you mean waste museum? So are you dumping waste in the building? I said, then you need to come and see, because we want to show you crazy stuff that you can do with this. So the reception has been interesting. There's been filled with a lot of curiosity. People come in to see what is here, and then when they come, they go with, wow, so it's possible. Oh, so we can do this. Wow, so you can use this for this. So it's been good. There's nobody that will come here that your lives will not change. It's not possible. I've not seen anybody that comes to the Waste Museum and they don't go home with something. And guess what? Because it is not just about the waste, like this center is supposed to be a showcase. What our mission for this place is for you to see circular economy practically. That is, now, circular economy is an economy whereby there is no waste. Presently now in the whole world, many people in the world are using linear economy. So it is straight down. You produce the material, you use the material, then you discard. Example, you bought a bottle of drink, you take the bottle of drink, and then with your own hand, you throw the bottle of drink away. And do you know that the bottle of drink you bought, the liquid content is like less than 40%. The container costs like 60% of the price you paid. So let's assume that you paid 200 naira for your bottle of drink. The liquid content that you just finished taking is just like 40 naira. The container is 160 naira. So if you take that bottle of drink and you continue with the linear economy by taking the bottle of drink, drink it, and then you throw it away, by yourself, you have just thrown 160 naira away from your hard-earned money. But imagine a circular economy whereby you have that product, you finish using the product, then you ask yourself, what else can I do with this product? And we brought a simple solution, and we call it our 5 R's and a U. So reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, repair, and upcycle. So with these 5 R's and a U, you can ask yourself, this product that I just finished using, what can I use it for? What else can be done with it? Instead of me using my hand to throw it away. So then you start thinking. So if you pick out of any of these 5 R's and a U, whichever you do, it means that your waste is going up again. You are reusing it, so it's going back. So it is not wasted. So it is a zero economy. And that is what we run at the Waste Museum. Now, it is a perfect ecosystem for plants, animals, and humans. Because if you look at the definition of environment, environment is a place where plants, animals, and human beings live together in harmony. So what we want to create for you, what we want people to see is that perfect ecosystem where animal, plants, and humans are living together in harmony and they are not creating any waste. So the waste from the plant will be used by the animal, the waste from the animal will be used by the plant, and the waste from the plant and the animal will be eaten by the human. My vision is for it to be turned into a tourist center in a community like minimum of 20 acres, where we will even have residents, we'll have universities, we'll have hotels, we'll have rooms, we'll have halls, and people can come in and experiment and explore and be innovative around the waste that human beings generate. And not only human beings, animals generate their own waste, plants also generate their own waste. So where we are going to is a center, very big, like a community, where you can see the actual perfect ecosystem and there's not going to be waste. So everything everybody is using is going back to the system. So the buildings where we are going to is also going to incorporate the circular economy, because the buildings are going to be eco buildings, and we are going to make use of both our black water from the toilet, our grey water from the bedrooms, and our normal rainwater, which is the regular water. So when you get to where we are going to, you will see all this. We don't want to talk. We want to show. We have different programs that we do in primary school, in private schools, and we also have interns that come in, and we also have people that come in here for excursions, and depending on what they pick, they can pick just for the tour, or they can pick a workshop. If it is a workshop, it means that they're going to sit down and actually practice. They will take a particular waste. Sometimes we ask them to come with waste as part of their payment to come into the waste museum. So they turn that waste, we teach them, we show them, we empower them with the skill, because we are also a school, we train. So we empower them with the skill that is needed to convert that particular waste into wealth, into works of art that they can take back. So sometimes when they do that, then they donate to the waste museum. So some of the arts you see here are some that I made by myself, some of the ones that our students make from school. And then we also have a competition. We started a competition 2 years ago. We call it Creative Eco Summer, Creative Eco and Day competition. It is in secondary schools and primary school, in public and private school, and they are supposed to explore waste, any form of waste, in 3 categories. So we have fashion, we have art, and we have science. So each of the students will go into their own community, pick up any waste of their likeness, and then turn it into either a work of art, or in science, or in fashion. And so they come in and showcase their work. We had the first edition that came in 2019, and then 2020 we couldn't do it because of COVID. And so 2021 we are not going to do it, and then we'll start again, after everything has normalized, by the grace of God, in 2022. So some of the works that they do, they donate to the waste museum. But everything you see here, most of the artwork you see here are all from waste, apart from the structure, apart from the building. There's a difference between recycling and upcycling. So recycling involves converting that waste into another product, and it requires the process of machine. So example, if I want to recycle this plastic bottle maybe into a nylon, or I want to recycle it into a t-shirt, I will need big machines that will break this down, convert it into flakes, turn it into pellets, melt it, turn it into string, and then convert it into whatever they want to use it for in the final product. That is recycling. So recycling is more capital intensive, and it requires a lot of manpower, skills, and all that. But upcycling, which is more of what I do, means everybody can do it. Upcycling means you take that particular waste, just add some little touches to it, and turn it into a work of art. So when you are done, you can still identify that waste and say, this not okay. Example, check out my jewelry. This is a jewelry, but it is made from bottle covers. So this is upcycling. Anybody can do it. Any young person can do it. Once you have the brain, you have the skill, and you have the hands, and you have the waist. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need 10 million naira to set up the company. Less than 50,000, you can start upcycling. And so that's what we focus on, because we know that that is what we want as many people as possible to join us. And so we don't want people to be looking for a lot of money to start the business. We want people to come, learn, and with a little, even with ordinary scissors, you can start upcycling. I didn't do this in school. It actually started in my kitchen. Over 12 years ago now, I gave birth to twins and I was home on maternity leave. And for the first time, I noticed the amount of waste I was generating in my flat. My twins were taking 1 can of naan every day. So it means that every 7 days, my store is filled with 7 cans. And we just finished taking food from these things. They are still solid. Why do I have to throw them away? I started asking this question: why do I have to throw the waste away? And that question led me to becoming an artist, because I kept asking questions, and then I realized that the fastest and easiest way I could convert each of these waste to is to turn them into a work of art. And art is very versatile. Art is very, very wild. You can keep working on a particular product, and as soon as you work on it one step, somebody likes it already. And then somebody else will say, oh, I can add this to it. And so it started evolving. So what I did initially was to gather all the materials together, started experimenting, because all this is a new field. Entrepreneurship, as far as I'm concerned, is new, because we don't have any manual. We are the one coming up with the manual every day, working trying a trial and error. We will fail today, we'll bounce up, we'll learn from the mistakes of the failure, and then we'll, work it again tomorrow. So it's a new field, and we have some artists already that are trained, that are beginning to come into waste now. They were artists before. They went to school to go and learn how to do artwork, but now that we started talking about waste, they are also getting interested. So I have a couple of them that are also my friends now, that because they met me, they started infusing waste into their own art materials also. So the more people that can incorporate waste into whatever they do, then the less waste that will end up in the ocean or in the landfill. Everybody needs to take conscious effort of what they do with their waste, because everybody is generating waste. And let me now shock you. Waste that we're talking about is actually man-made. Nature harbors waste. In nature, there is no waste, because if you look at the cycle, everything that nature produces ends back in nature. But when we're talking about waste of plastics, waste of cans, waste of that, human beings created this thing, and so if we created it, we must solve it. And if you are a human being, whether the only time you don't, even when you are sleeping, you are generating waste, because at least when you sleep, you will sweat. So it means that for every day you are living, you are actually generating waste. And it is high time you started taking cognizance of the waste you make and try to introduce the 5 hours to it. It means that you will start with reducing first as a human being. Normally you generate 10 kilograms of waste in a week. You must look at how you can reduce it to 5 kilograms, to 3 kilograms. After reducing, the ones you now reduce it to, you now ask yourself again, what else can I do with this waste? So you can pick reduce, you can pick reuse, you can pick recycle, you can pick upcycle, and that is what we are here to do. for as many people that can join us, what we want to achieve is that once you come to our hub, you take it back to your own space, because we don't have to come to your own space. So you come here, you learn from us, take it back. Then you, from there, spread it to your own community. So that way, we don't have to be the one doing everything. So you come, you learn, you take it back. You take it back to your community. People in your community take it back to their own community, and then it keeps spreading, and then it becomes, like the tentacles that can reach the world. So, as human beings, you must be aware that you are generating waste, and if you don't manage that waste very well, it is going to end up in the environment, and if it ends up in the environment, it will affect the coming generation, and that means you are not living a sustainable life. A sustainable life is about living today without hindering the future generation from enjoying the same benefits that you enjoy. Let me give you another example. If you get a parcel of land now, the first thing you want to do is cut down all the trees on it. Those trees that you've just cut down, somebody, your forefather, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather planted those trees 30, 40, 50 years ago, and that is why you can say, oh, this is a tree. And then you cut it down, and then you don't plant another 10. Not even 10, not even, at least plant another. For every tree you cut down, you must plant 20. Because it's not all the 20 you planted that will survive. And so if you want to make sure that your children are alive, grow up in the future, your great-grandchildren see what is called a tree, then you must plant 20 down. Because if you cut one down and you don't plant any, and I cut one down and I don't plant any, I want to predict that by 2050, our children will be looking at trees in books, because we will have finished cutting down all the trees. So we all need to get up now and get involved.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
The majestic river Niger, rising from the highlands of Guinea, it meanders through many countries to Nigeria, slicing through the commercial city of Onitsha and the beautiful Asaba on her way to the Delta, where she discharges into the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. Stretching to about 4,000 kilometers, River Niger is the third longest in Africa and provides livelihood to the people of the many communities on its bank. From here, they irrigate their farmlands and fish in its deep waters. Aside providing veritable mode of transportation, it is also a source of power generation. In fact, many people, particularly in Anambra and Delta states, depend on the river for their sustenance. Back in the day, canoes were the primary means of transportation on the river and served to convey goods and people from one bank to the other. But in 1965, 5 years after independence, the first Niger Bridge constructed by Dumez was completed. With the inauguration of the bridge, the main east-west connection in Nigeria was created. For Southeasterners, homecoming is everything. They return en masse at festive seasons to celebrate with kinsmen. But quite often, the frightening gridlock on the old bridge turns the homecoming trip into a nightmare. Femi Adesina recalls the harrowing experience of a friend who spent 6 hours trying to cross from one end of the bridge to the other.
That friend I had known long before now called me and said, please, what could I do? I said, what was the issue? He said he had been on the River Niger Bridge for 6 hours. 6 whole hours. He said, can I call somebody so that they can intervene and let the bridge flow? He said, 6 hours from the foot of that bridge, that when traffic flows, you can cross that bridge in 5-7 minutes. He said 6 hours they had spent on that bridge, and there was no hope that they would get to the other side.
But then there are those with more bitter tales to tell. On this same bridge, homebound families are known to have been trapped for hours and days on end.
I have slept there, so I can have a first-hand experience of the challenge. So in situations like that, it's a nightmare, because you may even come there thinking that you have stayed 1 day. Some people tell you they have stayed 2 days, especially during festivities. It's usually a very major nightmare.
Aside the nightmarish experience of the users, the bridge also poses danger to motorists as a result of the heavy load it bears.
I've had awful experiences flying through that Niger Bridge. It has been an awful experience where we have a dilapidated bridge that for so many years it has lasted. It was so dilapidated that sometimes you'd be scared that you might end up having your car get into the river. So it's an awful experience.
There has been lots and lots of tales about that place. We've had records of the bridge quivering, motorists on the bridge actually feeling the quakes and tremors from the bridge. So it was, in one way or the other, going to end up being a nightmare. It was actually a catastrophe just waiting to happen.
Now, 57 years after it was built, the second Niger Bridge is coming up quickly to alleviate the plight of the people, reduce the load on the old bridge, and boost the socio-economic potentials of the Southeast.
The bridge is very nice. It's very good. So we believe that since the new Niger Bridge have passed, we believe that development can come.
Truly, the construction of a second bridge across the River Niger had long been identified as the panacea to the seemingly intractable gridlock and frustration on the old bridge. Until 2018, it was the subject of intense politicking. While President Shehu Shagari promised to build the bridge, General Ibrahim Babangida challenged Nigerian engineers to design it. From General Sani Abacha to successive governments, nothing much was done except perhaps for President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually flagged off the construction of the bridge on the eve of his departure in 2007. His successor, Alhaji Omar Yaradua, had a short stay in office, but ahead of the 2015 general elections, President Goodluck Jonathan performed another groundbreaking ceremony and promised to do the bridge.
I remember that clearly. I was in my office, in the Sun newspapers, on that day, and I remember crystal clear that flag off and the things that were said about that bridge. And it's amazing that nothing happened. And then the day the then President Jonathan also went to that side, I remember clearly. That's why it's baffling that after all those body movements, nothing happened.
It was being used for politics. Every 4 years, they do flag off, they do ceremony. After the flag off, they remove everything, and then the bridge is forgotten. After another 4 years, at every election period, canopies are set, and then another flag off. So that was why when the president now gave his word, knowing who he is, that he's going to do this bridge, considered it a flagship project, and then followed through. Today, we're no more talking about flag off, we're now talking of commissioning.
The era that was most significant vis-a-vis Second Niger Bridge was the 16 years of the People's Democratic Party. Anytime elections were approaching, they would go there, make some body movements as if things were going to happen concerning the Second Niger Bridge. Once elections came and they got the votes of the Southeasterners, they disappeared. The next time, when elections were coming again, they would pretend that there was movement on Second Niger Bridge and it would fizzle out again. Then came Muhammadu Buhari, a man from the northwest of the country, from Dara. In terms of affinity with the Southeast, it's not much, except that we're all Nigerians.
Interestingly, while little was done during the period of bumper harvests from oil sales, President Muhammadu Buhari, who arrived the scene at a time of lean financial resources, became the game changer. Without the boastful promises and grandstanding of the past, President Buhari plunged headlong into the project. Today, he has succeeded where others before him failed.
I think I'm going to say it unequivocally that President Muhammadu Buhari, that is one of the greatest achievements that he has done for Nigeria. I'm not talking about Southeast, I'm talking about Nigeria as a whole. Because without that bridge, there will be no movement from Southeast to North, from Southeast to West. So even going outside Nigeria, a lot of folks that come to Aba, buy goods, come to Onitsha, buy goods, now have to transfer those goods to other nation states.
It is encouraging, it is nice to see that for the first time, we actually have an administration that has looked into that problem and preferred a real solution in the new Niger Bridge. So I think it's a positive step, one that if more of our leaders would emulate, that it would make Nigeria a much better place for us to live in.
The Second Niger Bridge is an engineering marvel being executed by Julius Berger, the international construction giant. Stretching to a length of 1.6 kilometers, the bridge is equipped with a 10.3-kilometer highway. The toll plazas in both directions of the facility have 8 lanes leading to the bridge. The Owerri interchange on the Onitsha-Owerri road is designed to provide direct access to the bridge from Obosi in Anambra State to Asaba in Delta. Construction of 2 secondary bridges at Amakom and Atani communities are also part of the total package.
All the 16 booths have been completed. The operation building also completed. Then the workshops and other ones, security house, they've been completed. Then the approach road on this project, we have 3 kilometers on Asaba end. Like I said, it's has been constructed. We only need to put the final layer of the asphalt. Then on the Onitsha end, the Anambra end, we have completed more than half of it.
On the eastern side of the bridge lies the ever-bustling Onitsha, a commercial hub that embodies the resilient and enterprising spirit of the people of the southeast. The Onitsha main market, reputed to be the largest in Africa, attracts visitors from across the continent and contributes to the hectic commercial environment of the city. As a result of the intense economic activities in Onitsha and beyond, traffic holdup on the old bridge is perpetual and frustrating. But the ongoing 7-kilometer approach road on the Onitsha side of the new facility will help to eliminate congestion and provide direct access to the second bridge. The idea is to connect the southeast and south-south regions seamlessly to the rest of the country.
You see, you are talking of a bridge that links Anambra State, southeast, Abia, Imo, to the entire Nigeria, coming through Lagos. All right, that is the route. All the containers that come from Lagos coming to the east, that's the route they use. It's quite enormous. It's something that, if you look at the economic benefit, you get very excited. There's quite a lot we can benefit from it, and it's going to impact very positively on the economy of the southeast.
It's going to lead to free flow of traffic. Of course, even our people who reside in other parts of the world, or in other parts of the country, once there is a period of festivities where all of our people return home to celebrate Christmas, Easter, and what have you, they will not hesitate. Most of them will come back home, and coming back home brings happiness home. Economically, economic will become viable because goods will move freely between other parts of the country and the southeast. Business will boom and everything will pick up.
On the other side of the bridge lies the serene city of Asaba, the capital of Delta State and once the colonial headquarters of the Southern Protectorate of Nigeria. Strategically located on the bank of the river, Asaba serves as the main entryway to the southeast from the Lagos axis. Here, traffic is usually heavy on its main highway, but to ease the flow and divert vehicles to the new bridge, a 3.3-kilometer approach road is also being constructed.
The second Niger Bridge is the artery between the western part and the eastern part of the country and the rest of the country. You can't quantify what it will do economically. Even apart from the economy, how about the comfort of the people? Going home at festive seasons, our brethren from east of the Niger love to travel at Easter, at Christmas, and other festive seasons. You cannot imagine the relief they will have on that bridge. They have slept on that bridge before. My friend spent 6 hours last December, but people who slept till the next day have that experience. So the relief will come for them.
President Muhammad Buhari is a man of few words. When in 2018 he gave assurance that his administration was going to deliver the project, many people may have taken it with a pinch of salt and perhaps waved it off as a familiar story, a tale by moonlight repeatedly told by past politicians without commensurate action. 4 years after, the dream is set to become a reality.
I thank God I'm alive to see the working of that second Niger bridge. They have gone a long way. I am happy over what I see today. They are trying. They are trying. I pray, let the Chukwu Okike Abioma guide them. So far they have gone.
It's been a subject of serious politicking over the years. So our people kind of developed a feeling that it will never come. But all of a sudden, here comes President Buhari, who now announced that he was going to do the bridge and immediately started work.
It waited this long because they made it political. Instead of really pulling up their bootstraps and working, they turned it to a political thing. That was why whenever elections were approaching, they would go there to hoodwink the people of the region to get their votes. They turned it into a political thing. But then came President Buhari, who was not interested in fooling anybody, who was not interested in the politics of it, was just interested in action.
Under this administration as well, the long-abandoned Onitsha River Port has been revived and may soon become a port of final destination for goods bound for the southeast, thereby decongesting the existing seaports in Lagos, Port Harcourt and other cities. Stakeholders are of the view that the second Niger Bridge will boost activities at the river port and complement the multimodal transportation initiative of the administration.
Today, we talk of multimodal forms of transportation. You talk about the road, you talk about the rail, you talk about water and things like that. So this multi-approach is something that has a lot to do with impacting on the economy. So here is the Onitsha River Port that has to deal with the water, and then here is the second Niger Bridge that has to do with the roads, but both complement each other.
To ensure compliance to schedule and quality delivery, the project site has witnessed high-profile visitors lately. Aside the Minister of Works, Babatunde Fashola, who pays regular supervisory visits to the site, the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, recently led top functionaries of the federal government to see the state of readiness of the bridge.
The Federal Executive Council has passed tolling policy, national tolling. National is for the nation as a whole. So which one will be concession, toll fares, and so on, that's secondary. Important, let us finish this road.
Similarly, the Minister of Finance, Hajia Zainab Ahmad, also came calling with the Managing Director of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Ucheoji, and Chief Executives of other relevant agencies. For the Minister, it was an inspection and assessment visit to be sure the 157 billion naira so far released has been well utilized.
I can report to Mr. President and say I have seen where all the 157 billion naira has gone to. This is a project that is very dear to His Excellency the President. It is designed to uplift the lives and livelihoods of the people of the southeastern part and the southwestern part of our country.
Indeed, the transportation industry has experienced unprecedented turnaround in the past 7 years. For a critical sector that supports socio-economic growth, it's never been this good. Apart from equipping the National Inland Waterways Authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, stupendous amount of resources have also been committed into developing a functional rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger bridge, we will talk about the Bodo Boni bridge, we will talk about the local Oweto bridge, we will talk about Lagos Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultramodern airports in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt. We will talk about the new runway in Enugu. We will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when Southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The Deputy Senate President from Southeast, Deputy Speaker from Southeast, Chairman Senate Committee on Works Southeast, Chairman House Committee on Works Southeast, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy Southeast, Secretary to Government of the Federation Southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from Southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from Southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the Southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates Southeast. How does you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody. And he has cared for the Southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
The second Niger Bridge is an important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the southeast, a lot. And even south-south, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for south, it's also for south-south.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
left Nigeria 2016 July. Went through Benin to Kano, to Abuja, Abuja to Kano, Kano to Niger. So from Niger, we went to Agadez, as Agadez is also part of Niger. So from there, we embarked on the journey through the Sahara Desert. We were put on a truck, a very Toyota Hilux. We're like almost 30 on that Hilux. On the normal ground, that Hilux would not size 20 persons, but we're up to 30. We're packed like load, like goods on top of the Hilux. And we spent 4 days on the Sahara Desert. There, during the journey, there was no water. Water got finished, and we had to hold on till we were able to get to Mozouk. Mozouk is a town in Libya, downtown. So from Mozouk, I spent 2 days before I was actually dressed like a lady. Because if you are going in Libya, you have so many checkpoints. The soldiers there, they don't want to see black moving on the street. So because if I enter the taxi as a male to move, they are going to arrest me. So the connection man dressed me as a lady. I had to barb all my beards and my head, makeup, and the hijab. So when we get to the checkpoint, we just look the driver, because the driver is a Libyan man. So he would greet the soldiers, they will allow us to pass. That was how I passed through, and I got to Tripoli. From Tripoli, I had to move to seaside, Sabra, where I'll cross. I actually tried to cross October 1st, 2016. That experience was a very ugly experience. During the journey on the high sea, the Mediterranean Sea, I discovered that the boat that we entered was having a leakage. So from there, that leakage, where the boat stopped, was no longer moving. We spent close to more than 3 hours on the sea. Everybody, you see women crying, see the children crying, and at the end of the day, some were praying, the Muslims praying, the Christians praying. Then the police, the Libya police, they came to rescue us. They arrested us on that very occasion. I went to the prison. I spent more than 3 months in the prison. So from there, I called my family. They were able to raise money to release me. Well, finally, how I came back to Nigeria, I tried to cross again. So crossing again, I was actually arrested again. And I was taken to Gerian. There's a prison called Gerian. Irregular migration is not worth it. And people, they think that out there the pasture is green, and it's not true. At times when you experience these things, you are not, some persons, they experience these things, they are not normal, they are not the same again. So it's not good for other people to experience what we've experienced.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Mary Kano. In a fresh twist, the federal government has asked the Supreme Court to dismiss a suit filed by 3 states challenging the February 10 deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria to end the use of the ordinary notes. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court temporarily restrained the federal government from stopping the use of the old Naira notes from February 10, 2023. A 7-member panel of the Apex Court led by John Okoro made the ruling on Wednesday in an ex parte application brought by Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara states. Meanwhile, hours after the Supreme Court restrained the CBN and the federal government from sticking to the February 10th deadline for people to swap their old Naira notes for the new ones, the federal government has approached the Apex Court, asking it to dismiss the original suits challenging that deadline set by the CBN. In the preliminary objection filed on Wednesday through his lawyers, the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, argued that the Supreme Court lacks the jurisdiction to entertain the matter. President Muhammadu Buhari had met with the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele and Attorney General of the Federation at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, shortly after the Supreme Court ruling, but the outcome of the meeting is yet to be known. Despite the Supreme Court's interim injunction restraining the CBN from enforcing the deadline for phasing out the old notes, more commercial banks have showed their doors to customers, halting cash operations while putting out notices informing customers that the deadline still stands. The CBN too has not given any indication yet that it is going to comply with the ruling of the Supreme Court. There are unconfirmed reports that the Apex Bank may choose to ignore the Apex Court's ruling on the argument it was not a party to the case before the court. Now, to speak more about these developments, legal expert Tunde Falola joins me now. Thank you very much for joining me on the program. Now, there have been arguments in some quarters that the Supreme Court acted outside its jurisdiction in its ruling, which prompted the suit filed by the Attorney General. Do you agree with this? And also, what's your reaction to the judgment by the Supreme Court halting the February 10 deadline for the validity of the old Naira notes?
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you for having me around. Let me start by saying, even though as a lawyer, we are not expected, to discuss the issue that have been submitted, to courts, for adjudication. However, for the purpose of this program, I will, as much as possible, restrain myself because the matter is sub judice. Be that as it may, and going back to the question to ask, you pose the issue that whether the Supreme Court has jurisdiction or not, and that is a position of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation. I want to disagree with the office of the Attorney General with due respect to his office. I want to disagree on the basis that the Supreme Court under the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, particularly Section 233, has been vested with power to deal with issues between states and the government of the Federation of Nigeria, and that on that basis was the reason why the government of Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara went to Supreme Court to challenge the policy implementation of the federal government regarding the monetary policy. So to say the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction, to say the least, and with all due respect to the office of the Attorney General, is misconceived in law because states are involved, and the mere fact that not all other states of the Federation made parties in the suit, does not invalidate the jurisdiction or the competence of the court to adjudicate on that matter. That was the first point. The second point is that the judgment of the Supreme Court, or the ruling, as it were, is being a final court, is binding on every authority throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So to say that maybe it is the Central Bank of Nigeria was not made a party to the suit, doesn't render the suit incompetent and doesn't take away the jurisdiction from the court. Now, regarding the temporary ruling, the implication is that the government, as well as its agency, which include the Central Bank of Nigeria, they are bound by that ruling until set aside. So they are bound to comply with that ruling. And that is why you can hear the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation this morning or yesterday that said the government is going to comply with that order. That's my position.
Go on and on and on about this case, but you know, some have argued that the CBN is not party to the case before the Apex Court. Now, what do you make of the argument and that the ruling could not apply to the CBN?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, you have to find out the status of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Even though the Central Bank of Nigeria is an entity, it's a legal entity that can sue and be sued. And that is why you have a plethora of cases where matters are involved, banks in another entity, they, took the Central Bank of Nigeria to court. However, in this instance matter, the Central Bank of Nigeria is an agency under the government of the Federation. So, and once the principal is joined as a party, it is not necessary, to join the agency, as it were in this case. Secondly, misjoinder or non-joinder of party, is not a matter of jurisdiction. It doesn't render the court, the case incompetent. The mere fact that you do not join a particular party that ought to be joined ab initio, doesn't render the suit, incompetent. But the appropriate court the other can make is to ask, the party concerned to, join, or on his own join the party that is, expected to be joined in the first instance. So the mere fact that this CBN was not made a party to that suit doesn't render the suit incompetent.
So far, the CBN has not given, any indication it plans to comply with the ruling of the Apex Court. Now, if that happens, what can the Supreme Court do?
Well, the Supreme Court, just like any other court, more so this is the Apex Court. They have that punitive power, on the prompt of any of the party before it. So if there is any, non-compliance by any agency of the government, I think the parties that went to court, they know what they should do before the court. And in any event, the Office of the Attorney General has given indication that the government is going to comply. So who is CBN to say they will not comply? Once the Attorney General has indicated that the government will comply, they dare not dare the Supreme Court.
All right, now let's move to something else. The 2023 general elections, the elections are fast approaching, and with all of this confusion and chaos caused by the redesigned currency and saying that, well, like I said, we are just a few weeks to the elections, somehow do you see any of these issues impacting the elections?
Thank you very much. And I think before the Supreme Court ruling, there was every indication that the nation is heading towards anarchy, lawlessness, as a result of the scarcity of of the naira. But thank God that the Supreme Court has waded in and has temporarily stopped the implementation of the policy. If not, only God knows what will have been happening by now. You can see, recently we have cases of demonstration in some states of the Federation, Ogun State and one other state, that people took to streets to protest, the hardship they are passing through. In the history of this nation, I don't think this country has ever passed through this kind of, economic hardship orchestrated by this unpopular policy. It is expected that every government policy must have human face. But in this case, the reverse is the case. You can have money in the bank and you can't get it. And in some cases, you have money in the bank, you have to pay to get your money. So with the intervention of the Supreme Court now, I think peace and the tension has started, being calmed down. People are no longer agitated as it were before the Supreme Court ruling. If that has not taken place, I doubt whether that election will not be postponed. But with this recent development, I think there is no excuse for INEC not to go ahead with that, with the conduct of the election.
Well, INEC has said the elections will go on as scheduled, but there are allegations that commercial banks are holding these Naira notes. You know, bank officials have also been arrested after hidden bills of unopened new notes were discovered. Would you call this a sabotage to the federal government's efforts?
Well, I think the Central Bank of Nigeria, being the regulatory body over all banks and commercial houses in Nigeria, they should know what to do. They should put in more effort, at arresting this situation. There have been reports from the Central Bank of Nigeria that they have enough money in circulation. But the question is, where are this money? I can give an example. Yesterday, I went to one of my bankers that I needed money. They said they don't have cash. How can a bank, a commercial bank, be telling its customer that they don't have cash? Where are the cash given to them by the Central Bank of Nigeria? I think they have to intensify this monitoring. Let that be task force, set up by the Central Bank of Nigeria, with the mandate to, pursue and arrest all these people that are sabotaging the effort of the government, aiming at, making the funds, the Naira available to the generality of the people. So they should intensify. Let them step up, their efforts, aim at, getting, across to those people who are sabotaging their effort. That is what they should do.
Well, all right now, Tunde Falola, legal expert, thank you for your insights and for joining me on the program.
You're welcome. Thank you.
But we'll take a break and be right back. To stay with us. Welcome back. The Supreme Court on Monday restored the Senate President Ahmed Lawan as the senatorial candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC for Yobe North Senatorial District. In a split judgment of 2-3, the Apex Court affirmed Lawan as the authentic senatorial candidate of the APC in Yobe North Senatorial District. The Apex Court, in the majority judgment, avoided and set aside the decisions of the Federal High Court and the Court of Appeal, which had affirmed Bashir Machina as the APC candidate, having won the party's primary election held on May 28, 2022. Justice Sentus Chima Weze, who delivered the majority judgment of the Apex Court, held that Machina ought to have commenced his case at the Federal High Court with a writ of summons, given the grievous allegations in his suit against the defendants. Meanwhile, one of the coordinators of Bashir Machina for Senate campaign, Mohammed Gaskanta, has vowed that the organization will not support the candidacy of the Senate President Ahmed Lawan in the National Assembly election for Yobe North Senatorial District, despite Monday's ruling of the Supreme Court nullifying the candidacy of his principal. Well, to speak more on this, Fumi Adeogun, Treasurer, NBA Spidel, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining me. Let's begin. The ruling by the Apex Court remains controversial. How would you say the Apex Court came up with its judgment affirming Lawan as the APC senatorial candidate, saying that he did not contest the primaries?
Thank you for having me. We can see that the starting point is, what are the issues for determination that was submitted for the courts to adjudicate upon? We see that the appellant has, number one, asked the court, and I will read, to determine whether in the circumstances of the appeal before the courts below, especially with the allegation of fraud in the midst of other irreconcilable conflicts, in the numerous further affidavits filed by the parties in support of their various conflicting positions, the court below was correct to hold that the trial court was right to have respondents originating summons. We see that the main issue here is the mode of commencing the action. We all know as lawyers that if you want to commence an action by originating summons, it is only when you are calling upon the court to interpret maybe the law, an instrument, and so on and so forth. Of course, the Machi's lawyer has gone to court to call on the Federal High Court to interpret the Electoral Act, Section 85, to interpret Article 4.0 of the Constitution of APC and its electoral guidelines for 2023. And in supporting his own case, he has concluded so many exhibits that he attached to it. And he was saying that the court should determine whether Bachil is the one that the APC is supposed to send his name to the INEC, whether INEC is not under mandatory duty to forward his name to the INEC based on that provision of APC Constitution and the electoral guidelines, and so on and so forth. And the other party has come to bring their own counter affidavit, saying that, oh, it cannot happen like this. The exhibits you have attached, these documents, number one, they attach so many documents to say this document does not emanate from them. The documents they attach some exhibits 8, 7, 8, 9, saying that some of them were not dated, they were not signed. Particularly the one that really catch my own attention was the one they said the election was conducted by planning committee of APC as opposed National Working Committee. They also said that the election was conducted for the vacancy seat in Zone C. And there is nothing like Zone C. Having attached those documents, they have attached the result from Zone C as opposed the result of senatorial district for the North, for Yobe North. They are saying, no, it cannot happen. Zone C is non-existent. The other party is also filing counter, further affidavit to say that, come on, this planning committee, the person you are referring to as planning committee, they were actually appointed. They were 5-man election committee appointed by the National Working Committee of APC that asked them to conduct that primary election. However, the Lawan's lawyer is also saying that there was no such evidence before the court. So when you place all these facts and counterfacts before the court, the question is, can the court of law actually resolve them based on mere affidavits? Especially now, where we now have allegation of fraud. And this allegation of fraud, you know, it is our law. It remains our law as of today, that you have to prove it beyond reasonable doubt. It has not changed, and there is no exception to electoral procedures, that if it's under Electoral Act, then you should just prove it on a normal ground. Even in civil proceedings, if you allege any criminal activities or fraudulent acts, you have to prove it. And in the affidavit attached to the originating summons, we're meant to understand that even the particulars of this fraud were not stated. If you're alleging fraud, is a must for you to state the particulars. Having not done all these things, can you resolve them based on that originating summons? And the answer is no. So what the Supreme Court has just done is to follow the law, strictly says so, follow the law. And you cannot crucify the Supreme Court justices, because the starting point is, what is the issue before them to determine? The issue that was brought before them is where you have substantial disputes, can it be determined based on originating summons? And we all know that the answer is no, and that they have answered correctly.
All right,
I
you
have a
said
similar
the
case.
Supreme Court followed the law, but we see now a resultant effect, of the Apex Court's judgment is that the lawyers involved in the case were split into two opposing sides. 3 justices of the court judged that Lawan is the rightful candidate of the APC, while 2 other justices based their judgment on the fact that the election that produced Lawan was illegal and was conducted in violation of the Electoral Act. So how do we juxtapose Lawan being the rightful candidate and all that you've said so far?
Yes, like I said, the starting point is, what's the issue? What have they said I should come and decide upon? If I've decided that you cannot come through this originating summons, then there is no point for me to go for them. And I think that is what they have done. The others will just be like a mere academic exercise.
All right. According to reports, Machina lost to Lawan mainly on the grounds of technicality. But do you think the judgment by the Supreme Court has somehow set the precedence with regards to political matters in the country?
Yes, I think what they have done, they have not derailed from anything. They have done justice to the case. However, what I would have expected them to have done in this matter that is so glaring to everybody, that Lawan actually was busy contesting for presidential primaries, and after that, they said they conducted another primaries for that district. Yeah. What I would have expected the Supreme Court to do in that circumstance, that is so glaring to the public, that, public, they are saying, no, everybody can see that this guy did not participate in it. Instead of just striking out the matter, maybe they just order that they should go back to trial courts and go and argue their case, by writ, in which in our normal courts they do, when you commence by originating summons and they see that there are conflicting facts in your various affidavits, substantial disputes, of facts, they just ask you to convert it to writ of summons. They will not strike it out, so that, sometimes all these cases are time bound. If they strike it out, for you to bring back the action, you might be out of time. It might be statute barred. So to salvage that, they will just ask you, convert to writ, and it will still be running as if you have commenced it like when you did as the time of originating summons. That I think the Supreme Court should have done instead of striking out, the matter.
That the APC has called the judgment, a victory for the party. That's the judgment of the Supreme Court. The APC has said it's a victory for the party and, not against any individual. Do you agree with this?
Yes, the victory is a victory for the party and even for true lawyers, Like I wanted to say earlier on, that I have a similar matter going on at the appeal, just too similar. And I'm saying that the facts, we have substantial disputed facts that cannot be decided on originating summons, in which the trial court had given judgment to the person that brought in the originating. Immediately I saw this judgment, I was like, fantastic, I have another authority, to cite. So it's not only victory to the party, it's the victory to all and sundry. Is the rule, is the true justice in this matter, sincerely speaking.
Well, Fumi Adeogun, Treasurer, NBA Spidel, thank you for your time and your contribution. That's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
what we really go through is not really meant for humans, because when you're there, like in a small room whereby you maybe like people of 10 people should be in, you come across like 100 people in a particular small room, and when you want to sleep, you have to sleep with your side. Everyone sleeps on sides. You understand? So there is no more space, and you want to ease yourself or make use of the toilet, it's just in front of you. So you can inhale the odor of the toilet, which is not conducive for the human health. So, and apart from that one, the weather is very, very cold, extremely cold. And at night, you don't have something like blankets that will be given to you. So it's not really good for the body, to be precise. And in terms of feeding, you're being given just a long bread. We call it hamsa. Just a long bread. That's your meal. They'll give you three of it. That's your meal for your lunch, your breakfast, and your dinner, which is not healthy at all. I was deported, and I was deported back to the border of Algeria and Mali. Okay, so when we were deported there, it was a Sahara desert, to be precise. That's where they will leave you. And when they leave you in that border between Algeria and Mali, you have to walk 7 kilometers to the border of Mali, and we call that 7 kilometers to hellfire, because it's extremely hot over there. Some of them that is already, you were not really giving food well when you were in the camps. You don't have the strength to even walk. Some of them died along the way. Some of them, I'm not gonna lie you, have to drink their own urine just to survive, to have strength to be able to go to that next borderline of the Algeria. So it's really, really hectic. You have to make a choice to go back to Algeria, or you have to go back to Morocco. And when you're being taken to the border of Algeria, the Algerian militants, they open fire on the militants of the Moroccans. So they don't have to hide. Or they can just tell you, okay, just go this way, just go down the valley, just stick like this. That is Algeria. So if you want to go back to Algeria, you will not have to surrender yourself to the militants of the Algerians. They will not put you into deportation camp. They do not have to deport you back to Mali. So it's like you're being deported from one country to another. And you can imagine the shape of the deportation camp in Mali there. It is, oh God, it's unexplainable. I believe, I won't lie, I believe I spent 16 years in this journey. On transit.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
The first time I was here to locate the Ghanaian cane weaving community, a Nigerian told me point blank that these Ghanaians would steal my money. I was curious and I wondered why these two nationalities who share the same profession would have such level of animosity between them. And I'm here to find out why. If you're familiar with Maryland in Lagos, it is difficult to miss this beautiful display of handmade cane crafts. Beneath the Maryland Bridge, linking the Ojota area of the city, cane-based products such as chairs of all varieties, living room sitters, house decor, as well as baskets of all shapes and sizes are sold here. But behind this lush display of artistic brilliance lies a culture of discrimination against the migrant population of Ghanaian cane artisans, one which has been in practice for decades now. Unlike their Nigerian counterparts, Ghanaian cane artisans are restricted to a remote part of this cane weaving community. So what is the genesis of this unfair practice and why has it been perpetrated for so long? To find out, we paid a visit to Monkey Village, just behind the Maryland cane weaving community where the Ghanaian cane weavers live and work. This is Monkey Village, right here in Mende, Maryland, Lagos, Nigeria. In what appears to be the outback of the area, Ghanaian cane weavers are not allowed to venture beyond these parameters. While Nigerians are allowed to display their products, Ghanaians serve as laborers who manufacture these cane products for a fixed price. 54-year-old Adeyemi Bolarinwa concentrates hard as he weaves this basket. His calloused hands work deftly, and in a matter of minutes, he finishes one of his orders. Bolarinwa's father is Nigerian, but his mother is Ghanaian. Despite his being a Nigerian, Bolarinwa cannot sell his products directly to buyers. He can only sell to a group of Nigerian cane weavers, who in turn sell directly to customers. It's a rule among the Cane Weavers Association here which restricts non-Nigerian cane weavers from dealing directly with customers.
They brought some job for one Nigerian man, according to the history, from 1986. Then the man delayed the job, and they saw another Ghanaian man. They went to, as a Sheraton hotel. So they went to the Ghana man. The Ghana man did the thing in time as they want. So the contract go to that Ghana man. So then, now those people are the indigenous work against foreigners that they can share a place together. So the moment they granted that law still will work from 86 up to by this time. So Ghanaians don't have any choice to sell, to meet customers or something like sell in direct. So always we are in backyard that when they receive the order, they come and give us a job. That's the situation where we are facing now.
As migrant workers, Bolarinwa says he and other Ghanaians have no choice than to obey this restrictive rule. So they keep their heads low and make the best of their meager income.
A stranger cannot be like citizen. So we have no choice and there's no any help. Because if someone came that we want to give you advance, they used to tell the person that this is a foreigner, you to take your money around or something like that. So we have no choice. We are there in panic. And we just manage it because that's a handicraft. That's a hand job. We can't. That's my professional. No, actually, it's my professional. So anyhow, bear it. I'll manage it.
We asked Bolarinwa if the Ghanaian cane weaving community in Maryland had made any attempt to report to relevant authorities. He says no one has come to help despite many complaints.
We used to let people from Ghana embassy to come and interview us at times. but there's no help. There's no help. We try a lot. We join their group, Nagacon and this and that, but at times, the way the thing they go, we see that there's no help. So the work will be like a struggle, with a struggle up for our needs. Anyhow, we manage it and bear it.
It gives further details of the mode of operation between the Nigerian cane sellers and the Ghanaian cane weavers.
We arrange every basket within price, where it's a popular no. Then any quantity where the person want to come and book from you, he can give you advance. Then after finishing the product, we take your balance. That's the way we are going. Then I submit for them, I take my balance. Some people are pay cash, some people can give you in half basis. He can give you advance. When you finish, supply the thing to the who come and done the work with you. Then you take your balance from. We have no chance because there's no shade. He cannot give you, as a foreigner, he cannot give you shade to shade your market. They share by themselves.
Kwaku Noah is another Ghanaian cane weaver in Maryland. For 15 years, Kwaku has struggled to make ends meet due to the trade inequality he suffers.
Maybe the price we are going to sell for woman as this back here. If I did roadside, one day, God goes see me about a better customer where I can sell for the person where I will see gain pass where I did. So it affects us. So if we are on the roadside, I'm sure say we go see better customer pass, better price pass what we are gaining as the back here.
Fed up with the unpleasant situation, a number of Ghanaian cane weavers have either moved back to their home country or adopted other trades. Now the once boisterous community has become a shadow of itself.
Before, we are more than 20 or 30 people. Right now, I remember maybe roughly, I can say about 5 or 4 people now. We remain. Before we are more than 37, but things know the balance. And then, they gain assist to support the work. Everything I'm money now. So if you know, gain a way to get something assist your business, you can go forward. So right now, I know there is for us. As you can settle another side like that, it's money, because to get a place to stay, it's money, but how to money no day on hand like that.
To confirm these allegations and to understand the root cause of the act of discrimination against the Ghanaian cane weavers in Maryland area of Lagos, I paid a visit to the chairman of the Cane Weavers Association in Maryland, Dennis Omadide. Surprisingly, Omadide confirms everything we've heard from the Ghanaian cane weavers. He explains that the Ghanaians are restricted for 2 major reasons. They work fast and they charge less. These 2 factors, he says, could disrupt the profit margins of Nigerian artisans.
To make the market so polluted, that's what I mean. But they produce fast. They produce fast. So by the time you try to draw a kind of item that will come to market, it's like this. Then when they overflow, then that market will not depreciate on that area. The reason why we do that, then they are trying to frustrate the market in terms of sales in the beginning. So that's why we notice that instead of that to happen, let us stay on their own, then we should stay on our own.
Omadide says while the migrants are not allowed to mix with Nigerians and display their trade, they are however free to establish their business in other locations.
That is the normal procedure, the constitution, what we have. That when they come, they will work for us. We normally collect basket from there to sell to our customer. So we don't want them to close to us in that way. It's like they will know how much we are selling to the owner. So that is why they not do it. But for now, it is old. For now, they have assets free, direct to customer. But they are not the midst of us here. Some day for Abalikoro, some day are turning down. That is how.
So whose responsibility is it to protect the interests of Ghanaians in Nigeria? We had requested an official response from the Ghanaian consulate in Lagos, to find out if the mission is aware of the discrimination and what it is doing to stop the menace. TV360 Nigeria did not receive an official response from the Ghanaian consulate, but in a meeting we had with the Consul General, Senator Gifty Bukari, key officials of the consulate, the president of the Ghanaian community in Lagos, Augustine Appiah, as well as the Ghanaian cane weaver, Charles Sapong, it appears the consulate is aware of the problem, but may not want to ruffle any further. I'm just coming out from a meeting with the Ghanaian Consulate General, Senator Gifty Bukari, who appeared irate about a request for an interview, especially the part that spoke about publishing the findings of this investigation with or without an official response from the consulate. Now the Consulate General declined to give an official interview on what she's doing to ensure that Ghanaian cane weavers in the Mende area of Lagos are not discriminated against. Now, our phones were confiscated and we are not allowed to take any recordings. As the second largest country with a migrant population of over 1.3 million, Nigeria has a national policy to address labor migration issues. Page 21 and 22 of the National Policy on Labor Migration clearly states that migrant workers have the right to negotiate by collective bargaining, enjoy freedom of movement, as well as upholding equal treatment and non-discrimination regardless of migration status. But it appears some Nigerian businesses are not willing to accommodate migrants. Director General of Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima Shola Obadimu, says the unfair treatment of Ghanaian cane weavers is nothing short of bullying.
It's just a case of bullying. It's to some level a case of harassment. You know, even within the Nigerian environment, you can open a shop and start selling pepper, and the second day some people will come to you that they want to seal your shop.
So is there any law in Nigeria limiting the trading activities of migrant workers in Nigeria?
We have this ECOWAS treaty that encourages free movement of goods and services within the West African sub-region. So for West African nationals, they can do their business freely. We have Nigerians doing businesses all along the West African coast. So if they are West African nationals, they can do their business so far it is a legit business, and when they are operating within the laws of Nigeria, they are free citizens.
Sadly, the problem of discrimination of migrant workers is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. There have been documented cases of discrimination against Nigerians in Ghana, xenophobic acts against other Africans in South Africa, and the general attitude of hostility against Africans, which experts say has affected the social, political, and economic cohesion of the continent.
As a Nigerian, if I'm heading up to Ghana, there's this orientation, European orientation, that yes, I'm heading up the north of Africa. So they don't see this whole reality of trade between borders and trade within African countries. They just see everybody as a suspected migrant, as prospective migrants. So heading up to Ghana means you may be heading up further to Mauritania or that to Libya or Morocco, such thing. So and in this whole situation, people are made to be criminal, made to appear like criminals, because the moment you go across the barriers, the borders, and then you are not with the right documents, so to say, then you are seen as a criminal. And being a criminal means, yes, you are being identified as somebody who is illegal. And then you can see from this perspective, when one migrant does something that is wrong, so it is tied to a lot of other migrants at the end of the day. So we have this whole problem in the world now where we prejudice, or we just wrap up figures to say when one person is bad, the first person you meet at the end of the day, you just wrap up his tribe to be part of this whole problem.
They are what's affected because they are not captured and documented. So their country is not aware they are here, and our country is not aware they are here. I mean documentation-wise. Okay, so people like that will hardly go to the embassy to make reports or report to the Nigerian authority. Most times they will look for a way to manage the situation for as long as they can before they leave. So what can be done is that it goes back to the same point I made before, that our orientation agency, you understand, must make sure that they talk about these things. It's not talked about.
Bolariwa and Kweku may have resigned to fate and lost all hope of ever competing fairly with their Nigerian counterparts, but these talented cane weavers hold on to the dream of returning to their homeland someday, where they can live and work freely without fear or discrimination. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
Deep inside Ekwe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. A beautiful disaster, a seaweed from South America, has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
Kò jẹ́ ká jẹun àbá síkì kò jẹ́ ká rìn bí jáde tá olóyún ó máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀ a lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí tọ́ọ̀kì wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù àárí bí jẹ àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni àárí bí jáde ó dìtẹ́ẹ̀nì wa nílùú àárí bí lọ síbì kankan àdẹ̀rí iṣẹ́ kankan ọ̀sà là ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe ṣé ti yẹn sìn ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan kán wá bá wa ṣe kọ́dẹ̀ wá bá a la ibi kan apá àkógbèbù kan bá a ṣe títì wa bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa à ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekwe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation, energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes tá bá máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth tá bá máa cross. Ìgbà míì ẹnu ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí ó yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn, ẹ̀fọn, mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n. Tí ó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojúkọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Ìjìnrìn, èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀ á bímọ tán máa bleed tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Ìjìnrìn. Àdẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láyé ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tí òtútù bá ti mú wọn àti gbé wọn dé hospital náà wàhálà ni. Èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò yẹ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tí ó jẹ́ pé òbèlè kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital èmi àti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ṣe àdè máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà so àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti ìgbà bíbá yìí ó máa ń wùkú wa àráyè ń jáde a lè lò 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbá yìí a ní ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣá so ìgbébùnrin yẹn gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun so tí ìgbébùnrin tá bá tún wá ti lọ dẹ wọn kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́ so máa pcc ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage àfi ń jẹun bí so tá bá dẹ̀ ti pé kọ̀ọ̀kan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kò dẹ̀ sí ìfẹ́fọ̀ àti ẹ̀ máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí so àwọn gbébùnrin dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba ohun kan yẹn jẹ́ tó dẹ̀ máa ń pcc ẹ̀.
mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú mo wá síbí báyìí láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí wọ́n máa pẹja ń lu yìí torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́ mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom torí ẹ̀ mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
nǹkan tí mo rí ìbáyìí ni pé bí ìbáyìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀ so school tó dẹ̀ wà ń bí ìbáyìí náà kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀ kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ ń bí ìbáyìí school tó wà ń bí ìbáyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bí ìbáyìí fún wọn student wọn ní bí ìbáyìí kò dẹ̀ tí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí ẹni tí bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà nígboro kò sí ní bí ìbáyìí so nǹkan tó ń tẹ́ wa ní bí ìbáyìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially in the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
My name is Adu Shedu. I'm from Kogi State. I live in Abuja. I'm a fashion designer tailor. On that last year, October 2020, early in the morning, I fetched water for my wife. After my praying, I fetched water for my wife around 6. I went to go to my working place for Central. And when I reached junction for police somebody here, I see crowd. Everywhere was blocked. I tried to find my way. I cannot find my way. I went back to house again around something 10 to 11. I said, make I find my way go work. I gave family. My daughter is a 2 month that time. I can't find my way. I just stand. They leave people where they protest. I'm not a protester. I'm a fashion designer. I tailor where the hustle up and down to feed my family. After then, police just came. They shoot. The next thing when I see, I just see my leg, they come, I not fit carry my leg again. Where would it there? The doctor do everything, they clean my body and my legs, they clean everything. We go and do another X-ray again to see how the inside be. Where we did the X-ray after then, the doctor charged us 400 and something. But since then, my brother actually did not have much like that. So, maybe they carry me go Gogolada hospital, general hospital for Gogolada. One doctor waiting for the hospital come bring one number. Say, now youth where they in charge of this NSAS, anything will happen to somebody like this, they feel help. Actually, we try the number. By God's grace, the person where they pick the call. I'm talking to them, I don't even know the person where pick my call, whether a woman or a man, I don't know. He and the doctor speak. She transfer the money to the doctor. They start the treatment. People Nigeria they can do money from almost like 60,000. One day, all they hear say I don't hear and say all the panel, the people where panel, where government choose for this thing, anything where this thing affect, they help, they make the report. We go to National Human Rights for inside town. We almost like 5 or 6 people. The guy where the parent where they kill in different for where bullet hit for chest. They follow us go that time. Where we reach there, we stay for gate. Now we they sing. Now one person come call us and make one of us or the person where they enter make it enter inside, make go meet the people where they there. After they meet the people, they come and say make they come tomorrow. The next day, almost like 3 days, my brother called them. They say the people never answer them very well. Say the government they bring a black paper and they need to bring white paper if they want to do better thing for people this thing affect. But I never hear from them because this police don't make this life tire me because this my leg now no feel and do anything. Even the bullet is still there on my leg. The place where the bullet the doctor said they don't remove them for now because the way the vein there. Now here in there. They will not remove them for now. Let the bullet come off that place where in there. If they want to remove and they could come enough harm to my leg. Even like this my leg not move on like this. But I try to move like this I fit do. If I want you and do work self, but if I want try to even do work make I use and do exercise, not feel use and do work well. I dey use industrial machine. But I use and press machine like this, the thing to carry and come back, I'm not feel carry and come back. I just need help from Nigeria government, need help from police, please. They don't scatter my life. I'm not all this will happen to me. I not be expect. Since almost a year now, I stay for house. How are you they feel now? Let God answer the question. I don't know. But my brother always try for me. But I don't feel rely on my brother forever. Just thank God I still there alive because my time now is now. Let God know how it takes in my life. Me, I don't even know if that bullet you hit me for tail or hit me for head. I don't know how God even take give me a miracle. How it takes in my life. I don't know, sure. But I thank God for everything. I just thank God for everything. Let God save my life.
welcome to another edition of What's Your Take, the weekly news program that looks at all the major big stories of the previous week and analyzes them for the benefit of all well-meaning Nigerians and all Nigerians from all walks of life. Well, it's been another hectic week. As we know, we're in high political season, and this is the time where any and everybody has something to do with the political space. So we'll start this morning a bit on a lighter note. One of the catchphrases in Nigerian lexicon today, we heard this story about a wife who called her husband on the way home and said, "Honey, kindly buy me some naira on the way home." I'm sure you are used to the fact that wives call husbands to buy loaves of bread, buy recharge cards, buy some milk, but never before have you heard anybody asking you to buy some naira. But that's where we are in Nigeria today. We're buying naira. The very money that we put in the bank, we have to buy it to get it back out in our pockets, which is not a very good state of affairs, but that's where we find ourselves even this morning. And that brings me to President Buhari's promise last week, Monday, right here on the show. We talked about the fact that President Buhari promised in 7 days to resolve the crisis. Here we are 7 days later, and we still have no money. There's still queues in all the ATMs. My newscaster is with us here this morning, Yetunde Afolabi. Yetunde, how are you this morning?
Good morning, Dayo. I'm very well, thank you.
Very, very good. Do you remember President Buhari's promise last week? You were the one who read it to us and said he promised that 7 days he would resolve the issue. Do you remember that promise?
Of course I do.
Very good. And is it resolved? Did you still see queues at the ATMs, or is it that things have improved now? Do people have money in their pockets?
As of this morning, no.
As of this morning, we're all still cashless.
Yes, we are.
Very good. All right. Anyway, we will now go to Yetunde to start telling us some of the stories we're going to look at and invite our guests to analyze those stories with us so that we know what Nigeria at large is thinking about what's going on here. So over to you, Yetunde.
Ban on old naira notes. Supreme Court halts February 10 deadline. Council of State asked the Central Bank of Nigeria to print more new naira notes or recirculate old ones. CBN, NSPMC are sure of capacity to print naira notes. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court of Nigeria entered an interim order against the Central Bank of Nigeria, banning the bank from going ahead with its February 10 deadline for the end of use of the old naira notes. The injunction was issued based on a lawsuit filed by the governors of Kaduna, Kogi, and Zamfara states as a result of the hardship being experienced by the citizens of their respective states from the unavailability of the new notes. The order will subsist until February 15, at which time the court will revisit the matter. Meanwhile, at a meeting held in Abuja on Friday, the Council of State expressed support for the Naira redesign policy of the CBN, but asked Governor Godwin Emefiele to make new Naira notes available or recirculate old ones to ease the suffering of Nigerians. In a related matter, the Supreme Court has instructed Nigerians to stop attacking judgments. In the wake of recent judgments by the Apex Court, in which aspirants for senatorial seats in Akwa Ibom and Yobe states who did not participate in their party primaries were declared to be the bona fide candidates of their parties for the elections, leading to public outcry and criticism of the court. The Supreme Court has asked Nigerians to stop maligning the revered institution. The court went on to say that if political parties fail to organize themselves well by managing their internal wrangling maturely and choose to take themselves before the court, the judges are duty-bound to adjudicate in accordance with the provisions of the law and not the dictates of any individual. Some legal experts, however, are of the opinion that the Supreme Court, being one of the institutions of democracy, and judgments are subject to public scrutiny and should therefore not seek to gag the public in criticizing its decisions. Our next big story is about measures Lagos State is putting in place to give succor to its most vulnerable residents experiencing hardship from fuel and naira shortages. Worried by the challenge some Lagosians, especially the vulnerable and less privileged, are facing currently as a result of naira and fuel scarcity in the country, Governor Sanwo-Olu stated that the state government will roll out food packs and health relief packages beginning Monday the 13th of February. The governor also slashed to 50% the fare on state-owned buses, ferries, lag ride, and other public transport, extending this discount indefinitely from the initial period of 1 week. Government shuts all Nigerian universities, orders students to go home from February 22nd to March 14th. Citing security concerns, the federal government shut all universities across the country and ordered students to go home for the period. Hoodlums unleash attacks on Labour Party campaign in Lagos. Hoodlums attacked the presidential campaign rally of the Labour Party held in Lagos on Saturday, leading to 1 death and numerous persons injured. The Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, was also accused of gifting 2 billion naira to churches through the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN.
For giving us the big stories of the past week. And before we go on break, I just want to bring up the fact that the earthquake in Turkey, we need to commiserate with the people of Turkey and the people of Syria who have suffered from the effects of a devastating earthquake. In this part of the world, we're relatively fortunate that we don't experience such things. But once upon a time, I lived in the earthquake belt, and I've actually been involved in at least 2 major earthquakes. And I tell you, there's nothing scarier. The ground shakes, the buildings sway, and it's as if the entire world is going to come screeching to a halt. There's nothing like it, and the effects can be devastating. So our hearts go out to the people of Turkey and Syria, and we offer our condolences and sympathies to the people of those countries. Back home here, there's also an incident at Chrisland School in Okwebi, Ikeja. That's also quite sad and tragic, in which a 12-year-old student lost her life under questionable circumstances last week at a sporting event that the school held at an outside stadium. Investigations are still underway as to what may have been responsible for the child losing her life, but we offer our condolences to the family, and we pray that the government does this investigation and puts to bed whatever may have been responsible for that poor child's untimely death. All right, that's it. We shall take a break now, and when we come back, my guests will be joining me to take a look at these stories, take a deep dive into these stories, and discuss them in depth. Don't go away. Joining me to give us her take on the big stories of last week is Simisola Adeyemi, an entrepreneur who runs a catering outfit in the Surulere area of Lagos. Welcome to the show, Simisola.
Thank you, sir. Good to be here. Good to be here.
Thank you for joining us. Also with us in the studio today to give his take on the big stories that made the headlines last week is Demola Afolabi, an entrepreneur and company director in Ikeja, Lagos. Thank you for joining us this morning, Demola.
Thank you for having me.
Brilliant. Let's start with you, Simisola. What's your take on this whole Naira redesign policy? This whole thing that has seen us queuing in front of ATMs and struggling to get our own money out of the banks that we worked hard to earn and we have put away for safekeeping, and now we can't access it. How do you see this whole thing?
Well, it's a bit sad. Great idea, wrong timing, wrong strategy. It's very, very unplanned, and it's taking a very great toll on the citizens. It's been chaotic. There was an issue. Like, I cook, so I went to the market sometimes 2 weeks ago, and the whole of the goat meat section shut down because they didn't want to take the old Naira note. There was no sensitization. People are It's chaotic. That's just it. It's a very wrong timing and very unplanned. It's a good idea. I'm a cashless fan. I believe in cashless, but it's just a very, very terrible time to take up such important thing.
What do you think is wrong with the timing? Is it because elections are coming, or are you trying to say that maybe the notice wasn't long enough?
Well, short notice, number one. Then I believe there's a little bit political, political undertone. Yes. But you shouldn't, because of your political undertone, affect the lives of over 200 million Nigerians. It's so unfair. People are buying nairas. They are buying their money. They are buying
their own money that
they are
they
buying their money that they have. It's unfair. No. But I'm a cashless fan. Don't forget that. I believe in cashless policy. I love the fact that we are going to have less cash now, but wrong timing, horrible strategy.
Bad implementation.
Exactly.
Demola, in terms of the political undertones that Simi has mentioned, do you really believe there's political calculations behind this Naira redesign policy, or is it just simply all about moving with the times and trying to adapt to technology, take advantage of technology to make our lives less complicated?
Absolutely. There is a very heavy political undertone, and the reason why I say so is because of the timing of the
implementation.
The
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. As long as we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogumbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, you know, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, you know, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, you know, and then, you know, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, you know, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
People passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what they used to say in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I passed out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there is no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words. But if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what, an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And, but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Vision without passion or execution is a picture without possibility and is delusional. Visionless vision. Welcome to the month of February, a month of Nigerian general election, and yet we are still queuing up to buy fuel, queuing up to collect our permanent voters card, and even queuing at the bank to exchange our old Naira note for the same old Naira note, because there are no new Naira notes. Ours is a nation of many queues preparing for election in darkness. And yet, some gullible Nigerians will tell you that it will stop politicians from buying vote. I laugh. You know, to no day bank, the ATM, but them they hawk them for one bad party. So now me and you go suffer harm, not be them. The Nigerian situation is bedevil with irreconcilable political differences. Some leaders in the North believe power should remain in the North, despite the 8 years of the greatest African Fulani hero of our time, Buhari. The Southwest and Tinubu believes it is their turn by virtue of some written, unwritten agreement with Buhari. While the Southeast considers both Atiku and Tinubu same fingers of a leprous hand and believes that without Peter Obi, Nigeria will lose it forever. Almost everyone is on the bad wagon of the election, while the nation is crumbling with insecurity, hunger, diseases, lack of basic need, and massive unemployment, without anyone stopping to even think or ask, will the election change our fortune economically? Our debt is rising by the day. The value of the currency, the naira, is falling as though it is drilling oil. Our excess crude account is depleted by the day. NNPC, the cash cow, is almost technically bankrupt. Diesel is hovering around 820 naira per litre, and yet there's no light. People are buying fuel in some states, including Lagos, at between 350 naira to 700 naira per litre. 81% of our foreign direct investment, according to the central bank, left Nigeria between 2019 and 2023. So no forex. And yet the looting of the treasury is going on unabated, despite the fight against corruption. As close to 200 billion was traced to just two persons, the former Accountant General of the Federation and Registrar of the Supreme Court. Even as both old, young people are running away from the country, as though they are running away from a war-torn country. They call it Japa phenomenon. The ordinary people and the elites are not even discussing the solution in the campaign and the election. All they do is point to election. That will keep them at least perpetually as our Lord and Master. Everyone wants a slice of the cake, pretending to be the solution. That's Nigeria for you. But I want to ask, if our problems were election, how come we are still struggling after many elections? Has it keep getting worse even after every election cycle? Were it corruption, then Buhari probably would have ended all our problems. But the more the EFCC fight, the more the stealing. Even some EFCC officials were allegedly accused of helping themselves with some recovered loot. If our problem were economic and not structural, as opined by some candidate, then why couldn't Dr. Ewela, who was the de facto president under Goodluck Jonathan, fix him? Were it to be for lack of honest leadership, I think Tafawa Balewa, Shehu Shagari, and Umaru Yar'Adua, who you agree are honest leaders, would have taken us to El Dorado long ago. If it was about vision, Obasanjo had vision. Abi no get. How about our vision 2000, vision 2010, even vision 2020? What did happen to all of them? If it were about charisma, you agree with me that IBB had that in abundance in his 8 days. According to Tim Akano, an investor and writer, whom I have quoted copiously in this advocacy, we have remained stagnant for more than 40 years, and we are still recommending the same medication for its cure election. No be juju be that. Tell me which one country amongst the 193 countries that makes up the United Nations is structured like Nigeria, a unity system of government cloaked in a federal gap in a heterogeneous society, and that is progressing. Nobody has scratched your head at all. In no day. Remember, General Aguiyi-Ironsi was keyed for running this country under a unitary system of government. But almost 60 years later, the same people today are telling us that any conversation around restructuring is madness. What a joke. The solution to our problem is what the proponent of restructuring are saying, that for redevelopment and transformation to occur in a democracy like ours, I beg not be that kind Goodluck Jonathan transformation agenda. There must be homogeneity in language and cultural affinity in nationality. Otherwise, decentralize the power, either in a loose federation or confederation, so that the people can truly own the process and see themselves as one nationality amongst the ethnic group. In Egypt, 99% of the people are Egyptian in ethnicity and all speak one language, Arabic. Not the same here. That's why power transformation can happen a few years without sabotage there. An Arab Spring can succeed there, and then sans no go ever fit succeed there. Because even though our suffering is the same, our tongue are different. In Japan, 98% of the people are Japanese ethnic extraction and all speak one language. How about Russia? 77.7% are ethnic Russians. Germany, 86.3% are Germans. Spain, 84.7% are Spanish. In Saudi Arabia, 93% are Muslim. South Korea is 99.99% Koreans. Yet, we say here, though tribe and tongue may differ, we should stand in brotherhood. But at the same time, we fail to recognize the uniqueness in our diversity, the diversity of our tongue and tribe. Why forcing all of us, insisting that there must be brotherhood standing, and we forget that we have different languages? It never worked anywhere, and it won't work here. I will therefore advocate, immediately after the election, as advised by the same team at Kano, except we urgently convoke a national emergency elders dialogue needs, where the Nigerian question will be discussed and critical urgent questions answered, and Nigeria comprehensively reworked and clinically recalibrated. All hope, aspirations, and excitement about the election will soon lead to frustrations and disappointment as the agitations will start again. It will be magic. The signs are everywhere. But you see, these signs are exposed in our previous episode on our various social media platforms showing on your screen. So kindly follow and share. As I leave, remember, don't crucify your relationship with anybody because of Nigerian election. As election will come and go, but your relationship will remain. See you next week.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall. And they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Gorée Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hoops. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right in that you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, but he knows it very, very, very in a higher level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slavery.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Many thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said National Media School, one vote woman, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
2016 July. Went through Benin to Kano, to Abuja, Abuja to Kano, Kano to Niger. So from Niger we went to Agadez, as Agadez is also part of Niger. So from there we embarked on the journey through the Sahara Desert. We were put on a truck, a very Toyota Hilux. We're like almost 30 on that Hilux. On the normal ground, that Hilux will not size 20 persons, but we're up to 30. We're packed like load, like goods on top of the Hilux. And we spent 4 days on the Sahara Desert. There during the journey, there was no water. Water got finished, and we had to hold on till we were able to get to Mozouk. Mozouk is a town in Libya, downtown. So from Mozouk, I spent 2 days before I was actually dressed like a lady. Because if you are going in Libya, you have so many checkpoints. The soldiers there, they don't want to see black moving on the street. So because if I enter the taxi as a male to move, they are going to arrest me. So the connection man dressed me as a lady. I had to barb all my beards and my head, makeup, and the hijab. So when we get to the checkpoint, we just look the driver, because the driver is a Libyan man. So we greet the soldiers, they will allow us to pass. That was how I passed through, and I got to Tripoli. From Tripoli, I had to move to seaside, Sabrata, where I'll cross. I actually tried to cross October 1st, 2016. That experience was a very ugly experience. During the journey on the high sea, the Mediterranean Sea, I discovered that the boat that we entered was having a leakage. So from there, that leakage, where the boat stopped, was no longer moving. We spent close to more than 3 hours on the sea. Everybody, you see women crying, you see the children crying, and at the end of the day, some were praying, the Muslims praying, the Christians praying. Then the police, the Libya police, they came to rescue us. They arrested us on that very occasion. I went to the prison. I spent more than 3 months in the prison. So from there, I called my family. They were able to raise money to release me. Well, finally, how I came back to Nigeria, I tried to cross again. So crossing again, I was actually arrested again. And I was taken to Gerian. There's a prison called Gerian. Irregular migration is not worth it. And people, they think that out there the pasture is green, and it's not true. You, at times when you experience these things, you are not, some persons, they experience these things, they are not normal, they are not the same again. So it's not good for other people to experience what most of us, what we've experienced.
On the news tonight, President Buhari commissioned newly procured NPF operational assets, says all eyes are on the police to foster a credible election. Ahead of the 2023 polls, INEC says the election will not hold in 240 polling units. And Minister of Information Lai Mohammed mocks embassies over Abuja travel advisories. For many thanks for joining us on News Now. I am Folashade Ogurinde. As the 2023 general elections draw closer, insecurity has become a critical point of public discourse. To this end, President Buhari says all eyes are on the police to foster a credible general elections. The president made this known on Monday when he commissioned the newly procured NPF operational assets, vehicles, crowd control and anti-riot equipment at the force headquarters in Abuja, explaining that the eyes of the nation and global community are on the Nigeria Police Force and all law enforcement agencies. The president said that he has significantly accomplished plans to effects that the incoming administration will sustain its initiative. President Buhari, who was briefed on Friday by the Inspector General of Police, Alkali Baba, on the Operation Order and Action Plan for the pose, expressed confidence in the level of preparedness of the police for the exercise. Ahead of the forthcoming general elections, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has disclosed that no election will be held in 240 polling units across the country. The INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu revealed this on Monday at a meeting with leaders of the 18 political parties at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. Yakubu said no new registrants chose the polling units and that no voters indicated an interest in transferring to them during the last continuous voter registration CVR exercise, mainly for security reasons.
At previous meetings, we also briefed you on our efforts to redistribute voters to the polling units in order to avoid the congestion that made voting cumbersome in many of them nationwide. This requires the redistribution of voters to new polling units in proximate locations. Where they are separated by distance, this must be done after consultation with the voters. This has been done by our state offices nationwide. However, there are 240 polling units without registered voters spread across 28 states and the Federal Capital Territory. They range from 1 polling unit to 12 polling units in each state and the FCT, except Taraba and Imo states with 34 and 38 polling units respectively. No new registrants choose the polling units and no voters indicated interest to transfer to them during the last continuous voter registration exercise, mainly for security reasons. This means that no elections will be held in these polling units.
Speaking further, Yakubu said the Commission will send text messages to voters who have been moved to new polling units, adding that it allocated voters from overcrowded polling units to less congested ones to ease the voting process.
The Commission is making available to Nigerians a comprehensive list of these polling units by name, code number, and their locations by state, local government, and registration areas. With this development, the number of polling units where elections will hold nationwide on 25th February 2023 and 11th March 2023 is now 176,606. All voters who have been assigned to new polling units will receive text messages from the Commission indicating their polling units. We have also compiled the register of such voters, and our state offices will give it wide publicity, especially for those who may not have provided their telephone numbers during voter registration or those whose numbers may have changed.
Well, to speak more on INEC's preparedness for the 2023 election, Omori Aigbe, Policy and Management Specialist at Center for Democracy and Development, West Africa, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, the INEC chairman has just disclosed that no election will be held in 240 polling units across the country. Now, how important is this development in the grand scheme of things?
Thank you for having me. I think this is as a result of planning. This is as a result of good planning. In fact, this is foresight, and this is part of what we've continued to commend INEC for giving information ahead of time. 240 is small, but it's significant. It matters because of the consequence. If there are going to be voters in those polling units, they needed to know that there won't be polling in those polling units, and it's very credible that we are knowing now, even though it's just about 10, 11 days to elections, and it's good we know. It's really commendable.
Has prepared for a credible election, especially if you consider the rising spate of insecurity and targeted attacks on the umpires.
So, can you repeat the question? I didn't get the first line.
Now, I was asking you, how well do you think INEC has prepared itself, especially when you consider the repeated attacks on the umpires' facility?
Okay, thank you. So the thing about the attacks on those facilities, these are not the major sensitive material of INEC have truly not been imparted. What has been imparted are basically the offices and the non-sensitive materials, including the ballot boxes, which can be replaced, and of course the cubicle, which can also be replaced, or the furniture in those offices. But INEC facility, as it were, talking about B-bars, and although there have been attacks also on PVC, which INEC have made attempt to replace in Ogun and Osun and elsewhere, but basically the main sensitive materials, which has to do with the ballot papers, the BVAS, the bimodal voter accreditation device, has not been imparted at all. So we are clearly seeing an election holding on the 25th of February. Again, security issues are not within the purview of INEC to control. We just heard now that the president has commissioned some asset for Nigerian police force because of the election. So we anticipate that the police will be well coordinated to nip in the bud various security challenges. But again, even though we have commended INEC for letting us know that 240 polling units, they won't be full, but there are other very high at-risk locations. High-risk locations that we are still thinking that they may not be polling. But if INEC had come now just 10 days before the election, that they are now certain that polling will not hold in 240, that's reassuring, really reassuring, that polling will now hold in 176,606 polling units across the Federation. That is incredible. And I think it's an act of preparedness, it's an act of election risk management, it's an act of foresightedness, which I think I need to give to INEC at this time.
Just before I let you go, I want you to share your insight on this controversy about INEC leaving the transportation and logistics of sensitive materials to the NURTW, which many find quite controversial. Do you agree?
It's been controversial from time immemorial because there is no national asset that can transport those materials. INEC has always relied on the transport union to continue to do that. But part of what we continue to say is that when citizens know the electoral process, when citizens know what it means to defend their mandate, they can actually do that even though you are suspecting the person who transport those materials. If those materials don't get to polling unit, the people who want to subvert the process will also not get the vote. So my thought is that having able to know that the materials will be with this agency, it is for citizens to put that agency on high-level check. And if possible, even though I do agree to some sentiment, particularly coming from Lagos, that a certain individual ought not to be chosen, or that park ought not to be given the responsibility to transport material. Don't forget, it's a union. One person doesn't own all of the vehicles in that park. It's owned by individuals who play a role in those parks. But I think that even when you know that this person, my father told us many stories years ago, that it is better to give money to the thief to keep. That anytime you want the money, the thief will bring it. But if you keep it somewhere else, the thief can easily go there and take it. I think that if we suspect these individuals, that they may subvert the process, it is good for us to know that they are the ones, and they will put it in their hand, let them take those material there. Rather than, if you don't put it in their hand, they end up going to block, or eventually intercept those materials and then block it. It will be more of a challenge for us.
Question really, is that still the best option? But that is definitely a conversation I'd like to take further next time. Amori Aigwe, Policy and Management Specialist at Center for Democracy and Development, West Africa. Thank you very much for your time and your contribution. And now to politics. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has announced its decision to put off its presidential campaign rally in Rivers State, slated for Tuesday, February 14, 2023, due to the rise in attacks on its members and presidential candidates. Atiku Abubakar, addressing journalists in Port Harcourt on Monday, chairman of the PDP Presidential Campaign Council in the state, Senator Lee Mayeba, said Governor Nyesom Wike had already declared members of the campaign council and Atiku supporters in the state as enemies of the state. Mayeba explained that supporters of the PDP presidential candidates in the state have been suffering different forms of life-threatening attacks from May 2022, when Wike lost the party's presidential ticket to Atiku Abubakar. The Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, has mocked foreign embassies which issued travel advisories warning their citizens to avoid Abuja due to the risk of a terrorist attack. Speaking on Monday at the 25th edition of the President Muhammadu Buhari PMB Scorecard Series, Mohammed warned foreign countries to stop issuing frivolous travel advisories. According to him, the advisories unsettled many residents and foreigners who fled the nation's capital despite the assurances from the federal government. He added that there has been no threat in Abuja, the country's capital, since the travel advisories issued by the United Kingdom and the United States. President Muhammadu Buhari has approved a work plan for the National Council on Climate Change. The president conveyed his approval at the inaugural meeting of the council chaired by him, with Vice President Yemi Osinbajo as Vice Chairman and the Director General of NCCC, Salisu Dahiru, as Secretary, among other members. The president also approved the deployment of staff from key ministries, departments and agencies to the council to ensure its effective takeoff. Responding to a number of requests by the Director General of the Council and ensuring a smooth takeoff and operationalization of the Council, President Buhari approved the proposed institutional arrangement for the Council as presented.
The proposed institutional arrangement organogram for the Council as presented. B. The draft abridged work plan of the Council as presented. C. Deployment of staff from key MDAs for the effective takeoff of the Secretariat. E. Operationalization of the office space to provide conducive working environment for the Council. F. Development of open market carbon trading framework and infrastructure phase 1 in collaboration with M/S Rose Hill Group Limited. G. Subsuming of the Energy Transition Plan and Office into the National Council on Climate Change to ensure continuity and sustainability of the initiative in accordance with the Climate Change Act 2021.
The Council needed to sign off on those activities to give the Secretariat the go-ahead to start carrying them out. In essence, they include the operationalization of the office itself, because this is a climate change institution. We want to ensure that we comply with all the requirements of climate change compliance as it is in the Act and also in Nigeria's obligations under the NDCs and the net zero target.
Over 100 anti-corruption civil society organizations and thousands of their supporters have staged a massive protest in Lagos in continuation of their call for the removal of Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Abdurrashid Bawa, over alleged continued disobedience of court orders. Speaking at the protest, the chairman of Center for Anti-Corruption, Debo Adediran, who spoke on behalf of the anti-corruption CSO, said the call for the removal of the EFCC boss was founded on the realization that some anti-democratic elements had joined the civil society's back in the fight against corruption. According to the CSOs, the fixation of the EFCC boss on certain individuals and institutions when now are left unattended gives the anti-corruption war under the leadership of Bawa a dangerously political coloration.
Anything that is against the law, that is deliberately done with impunity, is corruption. It doesn't matter how you feel about a case. Even if it's a drunken judge that gives a verdict on any issue that you took to the court, you are bound to obey the court order. And we have, for several years, criticized the military, regimes and civilian administrations that have ruled us with impunity. Impunity comes in when the court is no longer seen as an arbiter, between the people and the provisions of the extant laws.
If we're calling for rule of law, it means that we must be accountable. If a competent court of jurisdiction has given an order, it behoves on the person that is such order is given against to respect that order, because He's also representing the government. By representing the Economic and Financial Crisis Commission, it shows that he's a government appointee. And we are saying that, look, government people must also respect the orders of the court, or else our country will become a state of anarchy.
Chairman of EFCC, one of the institutions that is expected to assist us to tame the problem of corruption, being indicted by the courts, and unfortunately, he kept disobeying court order. The last time the court said he should be remanded in prison custody for court contempt. The man kept on doing his work as business as usual. We are saying, as Democrats, the courts must be respected.
And still in Lagos, the state government has ordered a coroner's inquest to ascertain the cause of death of Whitney Omodisola Adeniran, a 12-year-old student of Chrisland School who died last Thursday. The Lagos State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice Miyosore Onigbanjo gave the directive in a statement on Monday. He said a coroner's inquest has been requested in line with Section 14 and 15 of the Coroner's Systems Laws of Lagos State 2015 to determine the cause and circumstances of death. The Commissioner explained that as a government, the security and well-being of citizens are of utmost importance, while assuring the public that everything will be done to ensure that the cause of death is known. To enlighten the general public on the outbreak of the diphtheria infection, which has seen a steady rise in cases in the country, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has held the first edition of a webinar termed the Diphtheria Webinar on the re-emergence of diphtheria outbreak and the need to improve surveillance. Speaking at the webinar on Monday, NCDC Director General Ifedayo Adetifa said the agency is mandated to establish and support specialized reference laboratories as partners, especially in areas prone to the epidemic or pandemic. Adetifa also revealed that despite the NCDC lacking the capacity to build facilities in several states across the country to diagnose diphtheria at the moment, the agency has taken proactive measures to curtail further spread of the disease.
The good thing is that compared to, say, last year, at least from January this year, we've put in place quite efficient third-party logistics system to transfer specimens, and so far specimens have reached specimens picked up in the morning or early afternoon of any day have reached our lab in Abuja on the same day, and we'll continue to monitor the turnaround time for specimen transportation. Obviously, it's not ideal. It's not the same as testing right in the facility, but as a stopgap measure while we expand capacity and then map states of the country to labs that are in their region, this is the stopgap measure that we have. But as we speak, we are expanding. I think another lab for testing will open in Kano today, and we are actually planning to expand more.
Take care, but still to come. Nigeria's crude oil production hits one-year high in January. Details of the story and more right after this break. Welcome back. Now here is a recap of some of our top stories tonight. As the 2023 general elections draw closer, insecurity has become a critical point of public discourse. To this end, President Buhari says all eyes are on the police to foster a credible general election. The president made this known on Monday when he commissioned the newly procured NPF operational assets, vehicles, crowd control and anti-riot equipment at the force headquarters in Abuja. We also told you that ahead of the forthcoming general elections, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has disclosed that no election will be held in 240 polling units across the country. The INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, said no registrants chose the polling units and that no voters indicated an interest in transferring to them during the last continuous voter registration CVR exercise, mainly for security reasons. In case you missed any of our news bulletin, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. Gavi's board of directors has approved the appointment of Mohammed Ali Pate as a chief executive officer of the Vaccine Alliance following an extensive recruitment process. Pate will assume the position on August 3, 2023 and replace Seth Beckley, who will step down after 12 years at the helm of the alliance. A proven global health leader with experience at the national and international levels, Dr. Pate will lead Gavi as it continues its work to support routine immunization, outbreak response, and COVID-19 vaccinations around the world. We'll take another short break and be back with more stories in business. To stay with us. Welcome back. Mary Kanu is on standby to bring us the latest in the world of business. Mary, what's the latest?
Thank you, Falashade. Helen, welcome to Business News. Crude oil production in Nigeria increased to 1.2 million barrels per day in January 2023, according to the latest crude oil and condensate production report of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. The production figure is 2% higher than the 1.23 million barrels per day recorded in December 2022. The figure also represents the highest oil production since January 2022, when output averaged 1.39 million barrels per day. Nigeria's average oil price has steadily increased since the third quarter of 2022. We'll take a short break and return with stock market review. To stay with us. The Nigerian equities market appears to have defied a high volatility in the system to gain 0.07%, that is 54,364 basis points. Market capitalization rose to 29.61 trillion naira as the market's continuous growth takes investors by surprise in the midst of the conundrum of the CBN's redesigning of the naira and fuel scarcity, which have heightened anxieties. Now, despite all of these, 17 equities made gains against 9 losing equities amidst the fuel scarcity which has hit the country. We see two oil and gas giants, Cornell and MRS, record the most gains to top the gainers counter. Now, at the close of trading, today's data shows 20% decline in volume and 41% decline in turnover. Now, let's switch to some select global stocks. While Asia's Nikkei, it's trading down. It's a good trading day for investors in the US and UK as stocks are rising, helping investors regain their footing. And that's how we can see the FTSE and Dow Jones trading up at 0.83% and 0.92%. Well, that's the stock market review. Folashade, back to you.
Well, many thanks, Mary, for that update. And on the foreign scene, 19 people, including 9 volunteers with the armed forces, have been killed in 2 attacks in jihadist Burkina Faso. Local inhabitants and a security source said on Monday. An official with Volunteer Force told newsmen that the attack in Demba was carried out by around 100 armed men who surged into the village in pickups and on motorcycles, opening fire before taking on the VDP. The attacks brought the death toll from armed insurgents to around 64 last week alone, up from around 50 the week before. One of the world's poorest nations, Burkina Faso, has been rocked by a jihadist insurgency that spilled over from neighboring Mali in 2015. In entertainment, veteran Nigerian entertainer Jude Chukwuka is set to thrill music lovers with a cover version of the music single Eli Momo, a track originally owned and performed by rapper Vector, featuring singer Good Girl LA. The actor and singer, who is well known for his several renditions of trending songs, announced his cover version of Eli Momo at a press conference in Lagos on Monday. Produced by Jude, a Viber team, Chukwuka teams up with his wife Mira Chukwuka to render his cover version of the song. Giving details of the collaborative effort to journalists, the entertainer said performing a cover version of the original song has served as a platform to reveal his musical side to Nigerians, and that he is open to collaborations with musicians in the industry.
When it comes to music, I'm eclectic. There's no kind of music I can't listen to. I play Ayinla Omowura, I play Alhaji Mamman Shata, I play Mariah Jos, I play Oriental Brothers, I play Michael Jackson, I play Al Jarreau, I play David Sanborn, I do Curtis Blow. So I am not music, I'm vain. I can't be genre bound when I want to express myself. Naira Marley is Afro hip hop, and I've done a lot for these young boys too, for Whiskey, Vector himself, for Davido, for Two-Face and all that. I've done for all of these guys. If you go on my Instagram page, you will see the songs I've done for them. So in expressing myself to when I dared to veer into music, the genre that best expresses what I want to pass across is what I will identify with and roll with. Like, this is a ballad music, but it expresses love. And you see the woman here, I love her die. It is anything that makes her happy.
He draws my attention to this kind of songs. Sometimes when he keeps playing them, I just see myself singing the song too. So, and then the song really makes him happy, and that happiness was transferred to me too. So we just love the song, the lyrics of the song, the way it makes us feel when we are singing it. There's a way we feel, so we just love the song.
In sports, Paris Saint-Germain has made a faster than expected return to training after suffering a thigh injury against Montpellier on February 1. On Saturday, coach Christophe Galtier said he did not think Mbappe would play on Tuesday. Mbappe was seen training ahead of the round of 16 Champions League first leg home ties with Bayern Munich. Qatari-owned PSG are seeking to stay on course to win the Champions League for the first time in their history. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
My name is Omotoyosi Olanrewaju Ogunlende. I'm an artist. I studied art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND. And I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now. May his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch. No particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, you know, it caught my attention, and I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it, and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila! And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understanding some string artists in the diaspora. what made me focus on string art, basically I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted, form of art in this part of the world, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to get people known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to how you charge and all that. So basically that has been the challenge. So far so good basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, a bit challenging. But so far so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, which I had a group exhibition last year, different strokes, with four artists, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle, I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, So that's basically, how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. For me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists basically. For me, that's my future plan, and I'm hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. Say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people who say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker. She just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it. But somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, to also keep up my craft. So basically for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. there's nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told, how neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails, basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it. So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. Well, for me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, you know, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though. Yeah, whether I like it or not, you know, it's a plus. People who know me to be, okay, the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, you know, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, you know, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, you know, Baba Oshinowa and Co, you know, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God, though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, yeah, hardworking, diligent, focused, you know, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. I won't lie to you. Yes, I do get injured. I even have a scar on my thumb right now, and oftentimes yes, I get injured, and you just stomach it and you forge your head. Basically, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block. For you to say I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
Left Nigeria 2016 July, went through Benin to Kano, to Abuja, Abuja to Kano, Kano to Niger. So from Niger we went to Agadez, as Agadez is also part of Niger. So from there we embarked on the journey through the Sahara Desert. We were put on the truck, a very Toyota Hilux. We're like almost 30 on that Hilux. On the normal ground, that Hilux will not size 20 persons, but we're up to 30. We're packed like load, like goods on top of the Hilux. And we spent 4 days on the Sahara Desert. There during the journey, there was no water. Water got finished, and we had to hold on till we were able to get to Mozouk. Mozouk is a town in Libya, downtown. So from Mozouk, I spent 2 days before I was actually dressed like a lady. Because if you are going in Libya, you have so many checkpoints. The soldiers there, they don't want to see black moving on the street. So because if I enter the taxi as a male to move, they are going to arrest me. So the connection man dressed me as a lady. I had to barb out my beards and my head, makeup and the hijab. So when we get to the checkpoint, we just look the driver, because the driver is a Libyan man. So he would greet the soldiers, they would allow us to pass. That was how I passed through, and I got to Tripoli. From Tripoli, I had to move to seaside, Sabrata, where I would cross. I actually tried to cross October 1st, 2016. That experience was a very ugly experience. During the journey on the high sea, the Mediterranean Sea, I discovered that the boat that we entered was having a leakage. So from there, that leakage, the boat stopped, was no longer moving. We spent close to more than 3 hours on the sea. Everybody, you see women crying, you see the children crying, and at the end of the day, some were praying, the Muslims praying, the Christians praying. Then the police, the Libya police, they came to rescue us. They arrested us on that very occasion. I went to the prison. I spent more than 3 months in the prison. So from there, I called my family. They were able to raise money to release me. Well, finally, how I came back to Nigeria, I tried to cross again. So crossing again, I was actually arrested again. And I was taken to Gerian. There's a place called Gerian. Irregular migration is not worth it. And people, they think that out there the pasture is green, and it's not true. You, at times when you experience these things, you are not, some persons, they experience these things, they are not normal, they are not the same again. So it's not good for other people to experience what most of us, what we've experienced.
The Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that are being carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5-day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Osogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that it is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone. It's one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and the second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one would be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believe in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Osogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ipole, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ipole looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, see large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king that, my brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then, Atibolemo, is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Eyoma darling, you have broken my time, but 84 koku. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Oshogbo pele, Oshogbo brother, Oshogbo pele, Oshogbo. That was when they knew they are in Oshogbo. Literally meaning Oshogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened. You do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Osun dwell here. You cannot stay with Osun. So they moved from the bank of the river, move up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the First Palace. And there's these promises between them that if we say we should leave this place, as a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Osun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the heart with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, from there because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigenes that were into art then were introduced to her. So that's why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Osogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Osun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional carving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Osun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water. Everything about the Osun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Osun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, it's agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the authority of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is the standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun goddess forbids it. One of the unique things to see at the grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see. Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the The Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
The failure of Nigeria is the end result of our collective actions, inactions, series of events that most often is limited to our government, but in reality includes all of us, the Nigerian in the mirror. In other climes, when technology is deployed, manual processes are limited and fraud or manipulation in the system is minimized or eradicated completely. But in Nigeria, when technology is deployed in government, the officials and applicants alike find a way to bypass and manipulate the process. Hence, it even looks more manual, cumbersome, and unable to deliver the desired results. And then the same officials will turn around tomorrow and blame the government. We installed flow meters in our oil installation platform to check fraud and stealing. Yet, illegal pipelines are still connected to the same platforms by Nigerians, and the crude is stolen by them with nobody caught or brought to book. And NNPC go open mouth tell you say it's been going on for 30 years. I fear who no fear us. You pay much more than the prevailing pump price per litre for fuel. Yet, the pump meter is adjusted to under dispense. And the owner, who is a Nigerian in the mirror, still they go church and mosque and they praise God. We collected biometrics data for national identification card registration. Yet, we don't have the census figure or numbers of our demography. And people are disappearing and missing without traces of their personal information from any node platform. And soon, we will spend billions to conduct a census and we'll shut down the country for 2 weeks. What a country. I beg, who is responsible, if not in Nigeria in the mirror? Again, we collected biometric data for international passports. Yet foreigners come in through our land borders unchecked, unchallenged, and unprofiled. And our officials at the international airport will rather harass you for tips. Or God, what you bring come for us? A giant on our knees. Go to our international airport, no Wi-Fi. I weep for this country. We collected data again for banks, BVN. Yet, people still get scammed and money transfer from people's account without traces. The bank will tell you compromise your PIN. There's nothing we can do. But the money enters somebody's account. And police will request for money to sign petition, to mobilize, to arrest. And even when you go to court, the matter is adjourned endlessly. And the thief go down japa with your money. And people will tell you it is well. Are these people, all of them, all of us, not the Nigerian in the mirror? Imagine currency where others redesign seamlessly. And we know hear story. The moment it reached our turn, we started playing ping pong with it between CBN and commercial bank. CBN mopped up 2 trillion naira of old currency and only released 3 billion of new currency. While CBN hoarded 1.7 trillion, the bank collectively hoarded 1 billion. From the 3 billion released, 300 billion released to them. And POS operators cashed in to make a kill from the quagmire. And at the end of the day, we all dance to church and mosques for Thanksgiving and tithe. And yet, the politicians are trading blame, while the ordinary people they swore to protect are suffering and gnashing their teeth with no end in sight. And even the suffering now has been elevated to NYSC. Now your suffering continues. And yet we are looking for who is responsible. We all are responsible. I say you, the man in the mirror. Check yourself. We also collected biometric data for voters registration and deployed beavers to check election manipulation. But at the end of the day, we end up producing results that are questionable by election tribunal. No be me talk, I ask Osun Tribunal. We all preach and desire transparency, but when saddled with the responsibility, we bend, bypass, or manipulate the process for personal gain. If I lie, ask former critic who joined government. And the moment they are appointed, the rest of us will troop in. Congratulations, and then begin to tell them it's our turn to chop. And only for us to turn around tomorrow and blame them. As we prepare for the general election, with high hopes and expectations, based on the promises made to us by INEC, what is the guarantee that the result will not be manipulated by the man, the Nigerian in the mirror, to frustrate the will of the people? After all, we all saw the consequences of INEC's storage server producing different conflicting results in Osun. But must the result of our election be questioned at the tribunal? How much time does the tribunal have to manually inspect all the beavers in a presidential election, just like they did in Osun? What is the guarantee that the INEC man in the mirror will not capitulate like they did in 2019 when they told us pre-election that they had server, only for them to turn around that there was no server? When did they purchase this current server? And how long does it take INEC to synchronize information from the beavers to the server? How trustworthy are the reports against the conflicting reports from the same server in respect of Osun? You will say so many questions, few answers, and none in some cases. Anyway, we're in Nigeria where we will always wait for court or Supreme Court to determine our election result after voting. Time will tell. I will therefore advocate, until we, the leaders and followers alike, are sincere to ourselves as a people and truly make concerted effort to ensure the workability of our institution, whether manual or digital. If you like, deploy the best technology in the world here in Nigeria. Even if the leadership is sincere and genuine, if we, the followers, are not ready, we will still end up with a manipulated and bypassed beautiful piece of technology for personal gain, only to turn around later and point accusing fingers. Remember, no one man can change Nigeria if majority of Nigerians, who are the man in the mirror standing right before me now, have reasons to cheat and bypass the process always. And Obi, Atiku, Tinubu alone cannot change Nigeria if the Nigerian in the mirror is not ready for that change. But however, leadership must start from the top. That's all we can take for this week. But however, for previous episodes, simply follow us on all our social media platforms shown on your screen. But I leave you with this. Since nobody, they destroy Nigeria like Nigerians. Nobody, I say nobody can repair Nigeria but Nigerians. So if you want it to work, roll up your sleeves and make it work. And don't just shout or be articulated or batified. See you next week.
My name is Adu Shedu. I'm from Kogi State. I live in Abuja. I'm a fashion designer tailor. On that last year, October 2020, early in the morning, I fetched water for my wife. After my praying, I fetched water for my wife around 6. I went to go to my working place for Central. And when I reached junction for police somebody here, I see crowd. Everywhere was blocked. I tried to find my way. I cannot find my way. I went back to house again around something 10 to 11. I said, make I find my way go work. I get family. My daughter is a 2-month that time. I can't find my way. I just stand. They leave people where they protest. I'm not a protester. I'm a fashion designer. I tailor where they hustle up and down to feed my family. After then, police just came. They shoot. The next thing when I see, I just see my leg, they call. I'm not carrying my leg again. Where would it get? The doctor do everything, they clean my body and my lungs, they clean everything. We go and do another X-ray again to see how the inside be. Where we did the X-ray after then, the doctor charged us 400 and something. But since then, my brother actually did not have much like that. So, maybe they carry me go Gogolada hospital, general hospital for Gogolada. One doctor waiting for the hospital come bring one number. Say na youth where they in charge of this NSAS. Anything will happen to somebody like this, they feel help. Actually, we try the number. By God's grace, the person where they pick the call. I'm talking to them, I don't even know the person where pick my call, whether a woman or a man, I don't know. He and the doctor speak. She transfer the money to the doctor. They start the treatment. People Nigeria they contribute money from almost like 60,000. One day, all they hear say I will hear and say all the panel, the people where panel, where government choose for this thing, anything where this thing affect, they help, they make the report. We go to National Human Rights for inside town. We almost like 5 or 6 people. The guy where the parent where they kill in children for where bullet hit for chest. They follow us go that time. Where we reach there, we stay for gate. Now we they sing. Now one person come call us and make one of our or the person where they in charge make it enter inside, make go meet the people they there. After they meet the people, they come and say make they come tomorrow. The next day, almost like 3 days, my brother called them. They say the people never answer them very well. Say the government they bring a black paper and they need to bring white paper if they want to do better thing for people this thing affect. But I never hear from them because this thing, this police don't make this life tire me because this my leg now, no feel and do anything. Even the bullet is still there on my leg. The place where the bullet the doctor said they no fit remove them for now because they the way the vein dey. Now here in there. They will no fit remove them for now. Let the bullet come off that place where in there. If they want to remove and they could come enough harm to my leg. Even like this my leg, not move on like this. But I try to move on like this I fit do am. If I want use and do work self, but if I want try to use and do work, make I dey use and do exercise, no fit use and do work well. I dey use industrial machine. But you can press machine like this, the thing so to carry and come back, I'm not fit carry and come back. I just need help from Nigeria government, need help from police, please. They don't scatter my life. I'm not all this will happen to me. I not be expect. Since almost a year now, I stay for house. How are you they feel now? They got another question. I don't know. But my brother always try for me. But I don't feel like on my brother forever. Just thank God I still there alive because my time now reached. Now let God know how it takes in my life. Me, I don't even know if that bullet even hit me for tail or hit me for head. I don't know how God even give me a miracle, how it takes in my life. I don't know, sure. But I thank God for everything. I just thank God for everything. Let God save my life.
technology continues to advance globally, Nigerian youths are ensuring that they take the center stage of the fast-paced world of innovative inventions. From creating impressive programs to inventing new products, Nigerian youths are daily enhancing the quality of life and entrepreneurship that has a huge impact across Africa and the globe. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups with me, Abisola Adebayo. On the program today, we'll be talking to two of these geniuses that are using technology to enhance the country's development. In Oyo State, Southwest Nigeria, Olushola Ayola has established a center to train Nigerians on robotics and artificial intelligence. And in Lagos, Onyeka Owika has created an application that helps save power consumption. How exactly are these guys able to do all of this? I'm just as curious as you are, but we'll be finding out in just a moment.
What RAIN does is the first of its kind in Nigeria and perhaps in West Africa, because we receive applications from Egypt, Liberia, Ghana, and so on. We do training and certification in robotics and artificial intelligence, which is the future. And developed countries are already beginning to struggle to take a position there. So normally Africa or Nigeria should just wait for all of that to be developed first before we take interest. But RAIN is saying no to that. My name is Dr. Olushola Ayola. I'm the founder of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence, AI, is the technology of making machines perform tasks considered possible only with human intelligence. This technology has ushered in tremendous opportunities, leading to leapfrog development and attainment of economic growth and prosperity across developed and developing nations of the world. However, in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, the pace of innovation and artificial intelligence adoption has been slow, mainly due to the lack of adequate knowledge about the technology. Having lived and schooled in the United Kingdom for years, helping the country with developing ground and underwater robots and artificial intelligence, Olushola Ayola decided to return home and help his home country with the skill set and experience he's acquired. This electrical engineer was determined to prove that AI can improve the livelihood of Nigerians only if there can be enough Nigerian-based experts in the promising field. In 2019, he founded Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria RAIN, a foremost training, research and innovation center focused on the creation and development of artificial intelligence-enabled technology.
I mean, when I was done with my PhD and I was done with saving and I was done with working there, even though I was working in a robotics company that was helping the UK government to decommission their nuclear storage sites, I felt it was time to go and develop that skill in Nigeria for my people. Because many times when the UK needs to get a particular robot built, they do the design there, they send it to China. So China guys would actually build the robot and send it back to UK. And I felt, wait, why can't they send it to Nigeria? Because after all, I'm the one in the company that China will send it back to, and I'll try to get it back to standard. Unfortunately, whenever I tried to contact people in Nigeria, do you know how to use this? Do you know how to use that? They all say, no, we're not taught, or we were not taught very well, or we don't remember it because we've not been practicing it. So I thought, let's have a new kind of education system where we get projects to do, we get people to train, and we get research to do. So it's all busy. It's like a Silicon Valley of ideas here in Nigeria. And so we set it up. If we had said you can only come to RAIN if you are a computer science graduate with 2-1 or anything, we'll be limiting a number of people. because you would agree with me that many people are very good when it comes to hands-on, but may not be good when it comes to WAEC or NECO or all those JAMB exams. And so, for us at RAIN, to get into RAIN to study, you need to be above 15 years old. So that means you should have finished secondary school, and you should have a credit pass in your mathematics at O levels. That's it.
Ayola prides in the quality of training and infrastructure RAIN offers its trainees. He says the plan is to compete with standards from developed nations and produce a next generation of AI experts to contribute to the country's development.
It's been a series of eureka moments, like, wow, we did it again. Typically in Nigeria, and this is one thing we have learned a lot from the experience in the past, you don't set up an institution to look like the normal African standard, Nigerian standard. You have to raise the bar. So we were not competing with anybody in Nigeria. We were competing with the standards I met in the UK, which were my vision for Nigeria. You know, a school that is homely, the teachers are friendly, the environment is friendly, you have a hangout spot, you have a kitchen, you have relaxation, games and all of that. Then you have internet. You have power supply, you have facilities, like you have the kind of ambience that makes you want to learn. You have projectors, you have all of the, all of those IT facilities that will encourage students to want to learn. We have all that. RAIN is actually taking care of unemployment in the future by providing the skill that the government or the people need. That's one. Secondly, RAIN is helping to attract foreign investment, because just by having a pool of talent in the area of AI, you're a leader, global leader. Now, when people look for AI solutions globally, they just go on Google and search artificial intelligence developers across the world, and RAIN puts Nigeria on the map.
Since establishment, RAIN has been experiencing a steady growth. Ayola says students in the tech field are eager to enroll and is also been receiving partnership proposals from the government, local and international bodies. Beyond this, the institution has been building and developing impressive artificial intelligence products.
It's been growth upon growth as we've been going. At first we were training only, and then later we started doing research for people, and now we're doing product development. So it's like we keep going higher. Of course, investors have been coming as well to say, can we buy this company off you? Can we take over? Can we expand it quickly enough? And I'm like, let's just all calm down. Let's see where we're heading, because I can't quantify the worth of the company until we get to a point where I can see everything from up there. We've had business deals, project deals with major companies. I can't mention their names now, but then about 3 major companies. One is on drone for parcel delivery, another one is on energy management, and another one is on waste management. Now, this is to say a few, because we have other engagements with government in some areas that we cannot talk about. But then, for us, it's a milestone, because we started off as a training institution, and now we are moving into product development, and this is the curve that if we can continue in that trajectory, there is no way saying we've got to the end point yet. We haven't.
But these achievements did not come on a platter of gold. Ayola says setting up RAIN was not a walk in the park, especially in a country where electricity is a luxury.
Money is never enough. You want to set up a world-class institution, you're competing with people who spend billions and trillions to set up same thing. So how do you set up same thing with lower and lower budget? That was the biggest challenge for me. How do I make this place look expensive even though I'm not spending all of that money? Because I'm not the richest in Nigeria to be able to set up something like this. People walk in here and say, wow, billions have gone into this. Well, yes, billions, but not billions in money, but billions in ideas. Because my first challenge was, I must make this place look like $1 billion has been spent on it, even if I don't have that. And that was the first challenge. We did that. We did that very well. Then the second challenge is the power aspect. We run on 24 hours power. We can't do without power here. This is not a place where power will go off and everybody will be like, let's just wait for NEPA to bring light. We must have constant, because we do 3D printings. And 3D printings, you dare not wait for any second, otherwise you might lose the entire quality. So we do a lot of work, we do a lot of research, interfaces, meetings and all of that, and we need power. So the challenge there has been, how do we maintain steady power? The concept of generator, solar and all of that have come, but they can't meet our needs. We just need constant power from the government. But that's going to be a thing of the past now, because we are working on a project with a UK company on developing homegrown power solutions. And it's going to be a very large project. So one of the big power engines will be domiciled here at RAIN for demonstration and all of that.
Ismaila Surajo is one of the student trainees at RAIN. Surajo used to be a self-taught technician in his little village of Rubochi in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, where he's been inventing locally made tractors and machines. Surajo got a scholarship to study at RAIN in 2020 after inventing a local water provider in his village. In less than 2 years, the 23-year-old is now developing smart water meter.
I've learned how to program using my system. When I was in school, I can build a car. I'll be the one to control it. But now I can use my system to control it. I intend to become an engineer in robotic design. I can design a robot that can help the community to solve some problem. I make smart water control device. Once you put your card, it on the water for you. You can subscribe on my own water device. I have other projects I'm going to work on.
It's been sponsored by one of the people in government, because he was given an award by the president in November 2020. And now he's developing solutions that will benefit his community directly. He's building a smart water meter that people in the locality can just slot in their card, their smart card, and water is dispensed in their bucket. So that way, what he's trying to do is to encourage lawmakers or people in government to donate boreholes to communities, because the people will not take it for free. They will pay a token using that smart water meter, and by using that token, the money for maintaining that facility, that water infrastructure, is provided.
Ayola has indeed paid his dues in starting up RAIN. His vision is to make an impactful change in Nigeria's development pace and education sector by imparting his knowledge and skills of artificial intelligence. And the company's milestone so far shows he's right on track.
Give RAIN about 5 years or less, and you'll be surprised that many things we look for outside would be produced in-house. And it's not going to be RAIN only, it's going to be offshoots of RAIN. People that RAIN has actually promoted or produced, and they are the ones that would begin to solve these problems. So if you look at 10 years from now, you will see big entrepreneurs saying, I decided to set up this business after my training at RAIN, and I figured out that this was a major business need for the country. And of course, there you go. So we are really helping the country to prepare for the future now. The structure we've set up, fine, AI and robotics is not new in the world, but the structure we have set up for AI and robotics, no facility in the world has set that up. Where you do training and certification, where you do research and projects for everybody, not for your company. For example, Toyota, they have the Toyota Research Institute, where they do research in AI and robotics for their company only. But we are now setting up something that does AI and robotics research and product development for anybody. So what that means is that we are taking this to people's homes. So in the future, RAIN may be not a Nigerian-based company any longer, but a global body, competing with the likes of SpaceX and so on. Because we have all of that model embedded in what we are doing.
The technological advancement of any society is hinged on its ability to invent and innovate, as these are the cardinal bedrock upon which development is built and sustained. With RAIN's drive to nurture and train the next generation of AI experts in Nigeria, one can say the country is well on its way to achieving sustainable development.
actually excited for the country. I mean, imagine the potentials of these experts that Rain will be churning out. Anyways, this next innovator will blow your mind. With his invention, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger to reduce your power consumption and control a lot of home appliances.
Okay, at Ving Global Technologies, we create solutions for human with our full home and office automation. We do that with our OVO products and our OVO Smart app, where we make life easy for everyone. They can have total control of their home, their offices, and their hotels. And they can do all that without a human intervention using our OVO Smart app. They can control everything in their home and save the cost of their electricity bills. They can know who comes into their home at every given point. They can turn off the electrical appliances and every of the appliances at anywhere they are in the world. My name is Onyeka Onwoka. I'm the CEO of Ving Global Technologies Limited. Computer, turn on bedroom lights.
Okay.
Who would have ever thought that in decades to come in Nigeria, words of mouth will be able to control gadgets without having to move an inch? From carrying out big tasks to attending to menial errands, engineers across the world are leveraging technology to make life easier for people. One of such innovative engineers is Onyeka Onwoka, a 32-year-old graduate from the National Metallurgical Training Institute in Anambra, Southeast Nigeria. Bothered by the high energy consumption plaguing his country, Onyeka decided to establish Ving Global Technologies, an engineering technology outfit, under which he developed a comfortable solution to help people control their home and electrical appliances from anywhere in the world through an automatic systemic app. He calls it the OVO Smart application.
It has been a very long time. I started developing this app. And the reason why I started developing it was I've seen people leaving their home appliances on. They left their home appliances on and went out and then came back and started complaining about their electricity bills being piling up, forgetting that once it's turned off, your electricity bills won't be reading. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that. I've seen people turn on their gas on and leave it. Then they forget to turn it off. They might be carried away seeing a movie, or they might be carried away watching social media. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that without human intervention. I started looking for a way to help people turn off their appliances off, turn off their gas. Then that was what led me to create the OVO Smart app. Let's say if you want to control the light, you buy our OVO switch lights. When you buy it, you don't need to change your bulbs, just the controller. So you buy the light and then you don't need to break your walls. All you need to do is to change the fittings. If you already have the old fittings, the manual fitting, you just change the fittings and then use our fitting. So once you use our fitting, you sync it with the OVO Smart app, and then from there you can control your lights. If you want to control your gas, we have our gas controller that you can use in your gas cylinder. Then if you want to control your TV, you use our IR, our OVO IR controller to control your TV. You can use it to control your AC. You can use our OVO water heater switch to control your water heater. You can also use our gate controller to open your gates and close your gates. Within Global Technologies, we make sure your security is intact. Within Global Technologies, we make sure that your electricity bills is being slid down to 60%. Within Global Technologies, we make sure your comfort is what you need. We'll make sure that you have comfort, total comfort. We'll make sure you have that easy lifestyle.
By connecting their devices to the OVO Smart app and the internet, users can control them all without moving an inch. All they need is a voice command, smartphone, or fingerprints. Onyeka says the OVO Smart app is connected to all the OVO products designed by his team. The customers then connect the product to the appliances. When the customer then orders the app to do a task, it gets notification once the task is completed.
What our OVO Smart app does is whenever it does any command being said by you, it will notify you that it has done it. So let's say someone comes to your home and you unlock remotely. Once the person gains access, it will notify you on your phone that the person has already gained access. So you can see the person with your OVO camera and you can have a conversation with the person, and once you turn off your gas as well, it will notify you that your gas is being turned off. So it doesn't just turn it off and leave you blindly. So once it does the command you set, it will notify you immediately that it has done this for you. Even hotel owners, they use our sensors. Once you have a guest and the person check in, you can see it will notify you that the guest just checked in your room. So it will notify you as a hotel owner. You don't need to be in the hotel to ask your management what rooms we are fully occupied. Is my rooms fully booked? So from your OVO Smart app, you get notification. You get notified that your rooms, if it's fully booked, you will get the notification. If 20 rooms we are booked, you get notification. So all those things, you get notification from anywhere you are in the world.
Onyeka launched the OVO Smart app in 2020. Working in a country where electricity is not stable, he says achieving this feat was not a walk in the park.
You know, developing an app, you have to do the graphics, you have to write the codes. So I did all that with my team. In my team, I have a graphic designer that designs the graphic that I need to do. The commands, I wrote the commands on my own. So the challenges I was facing that time was I need to always test strong. The challenges I was facing was the power issue, because I have to test my app with a generator and also test my app with the power from the government. So if I want to test it, I'll have to wait for the lights to come so that I will test it. So those were the challenges I was having at the moment while developing the app. But after all said and done, it came out a success. I'm trying to set up the internet to be able to run the program using a minimal internet to charge in kilobytes and not in megabytes. So with 1,000 Naira subscription, all your appliances will be running. And we also try to make it work with every internet providers like MTN, Airtel, Etisalat, every internet providers. We also try to make it work with all that.
Since the launch of the application, Onyeka says he and his team continues to work to improve on the application and introduce more features to make life easier for customers.
We have our competitors, and that is why we are working hard every day to make sure we give in the best quality. When we started our app, there was no virtual assistant. What I mean by virtual assistant is using your voice to control everything. You know, it's not every time you go to the app and start scrolling looking for the light that is on and off. So we brought in, because as each day goes in, we keep on pushing. And now you can sync our OVO Smart app with your Siri, with your Google Assistant, with your Alexas. So we keep on bringing the best every day. That is why we work hard to make sure we are at the face of everyone.
Since the OVO Smart app broke into the market, Vin Global Technologies have continued to record accelerating growth, and even though the tech firm is yet to get a major investor, it now has over 20,000 customers across Africa.
At first, when we brought it out on social media, few people came to patronize us. They saw that it was good and they started spreading the news. They started spreading everything, letting people know that we are using this thing. Like our smart locks, there are people, people have been using it for 2 years, 2 years plus without no issues. So you don't need electricity to run the smart app. It uses a finger battery. So after 1 year, all you have to do is to change your finger battery. So people started advertising for us, people we don't even know. They started advertising our product for us because they've used it and it's working. So we started, we have influencers that helps us to do all that as well. And when the influencers does that, people use our product and see that it's of good quality because we chose quality over quantity. So people saw that our products were of good quality, and then that was how the marketing level started. We started moving from places to places, going to real estate developers, showing them what we have, and from that we keep on. That was how we started expanding. Right now we don't have investors at the moment, but we have up to 23,000 plus customers. We have a lot of customers that are patronizing us already, and we have more coming each day. We have customers coming from South Africa, from Ghana, from Cameroon, from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria. We have people buying our product from all these African countries. We don't have investors at the moment, but our product is growing because it's of good quality, and all our products are 2 years warranty.
Onyeka says the future projection is for his innovation to break into the international market and in extension save Nigerians from bogus electricity consumption, which makes them pay more.
In the next 4 or 5 years, I want our company, Vin Global Technologies. I want my company, Vin Global Technologies, to be talk of the world. I want us to be the #1 in automation system and all that. I'm making sure that every home, offices and facility have our products all over the world.
At a time when authorities in the country continues to seek a lasting solution to energy consumption and increased electricity tariff, Onyeka's innovation, if expanded, might be the light at the end of the tunnel.
I'm actually impressed by the good work these guys are doing to improve technology in Nigeria. Anyways, this is where we'll be signing out on the program today. Until I come your way next time, I am Abisola Adebayo. Bye.